wanna save my stuff here? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do. What is it, love? It's okay. Go have a nap, baby. Good night. When it's fine. I will be here if you will wake up and want to chat. If you won't sleep for more than 8 hours, then we will probably meet again. Okay? It's fine. Good night. Sweet dreams. Bye. Just finishing this. Give me a few. Gonna keep this.
I broke like 5 trees worth of leaf. Fortune 3, how I didn't get a single fucking apple.
Aww. I have 4 apples. Do you want some? But it's fine. Wanna take food with me?
You want to just waddle around?
Okay.
You want to waddle around? You can do that too.
And I wanna make some.
Hello, this is Jake Knight, gaming lawyer at your service. Welcome back to another legal investigations. As we will always be doing, I think every bi-weekly now, is that we will be going through a legal document. Yeah. Of right now my choosing, but we'll see if it gets more and more popular. Then we'll see suggestions. For now, today, our legal investigations goes into the Twitch's community guidelines, where all the things that rules specifically, all the conducts, all the acts, all the omissions or anything like that that you do in Twitch is governed over here. All right, the things you say, the things you post, the things you stream, the things you any act really is all covered in this community guidelines. And community guidelines is a huge document. So for today, we are actually only going to look at one specific category inside the community guideline, which is hateful conduct and harassment. And hello, Dr. Damramat. Good morning. Because why specifically this category? Well, this month, as anyone probably should know, it's Pride Month. So hateful conduct and harassment covers a lot of things that are involving discrimination and all that. So, of course, we know how the LGBTQI plus A plus community are discriminated in a lot of places, in a lot of situations. Also, Men's Health Month. I see. So yeah, one prominent area where people get discriminated or get harassed or things get thrown at their way are in Twitch when they are streaming. Right, so we'll see what sort of things are allowed, not allowed during streaming. All right, it could be. I honestly haven't gone through it, so we'll see what it covers. Does it cover the entire all streamers as well as viewers as well? We'll see. So, but for now, and then we have a time before the actual live seminar starts. So if you have any questions before that, or it doesn't have to be related to the live seminar now, give me anything. All right, give me anything. Any legal questions or non-legal questions is fine as well. Also, another thing, at the end of the seminar, I will be making a special announcement. I'll be doing something stupid, but you'll see that thing. But for now, we're just gonna chill. All right. Good thing I woke up pretty early today because my wife went to work, so I was the house husband for a bit. So I have to, if she need anything taken care of, but she's quite how do you say, capable. oh yeah, hey Papi Ojeda, welcome to the stream. Today's not a XCOM 2 stream though. Today's a live seminar of sorts. Thanks for the hydrate. And yeah, I've been doing legal investigations for 2 streams now. Tomorrow will be XCOM 2. But yeah, I've been doing this a couple times now. People seem to like it, so I'm doing more of it. Last 2 weeks ago, I did the terms of service. I read took almost 7 hours to read the entire thing. 7 hours to read the entire terms of service of Twitch, but it was very insightful. A lot of things you didn't think would be in there are in there. And as well, before that, I read the Twitch affiliate agreement, where anyone that is a affiliate of Twitch needs to go through it at least once. If not, you probably are doing something against the Twitch affiliate terms and conditions. All those illegal investigations can be found in my YouTube channel. I've uploaded them recently, I think. Yeah, just recently, last week. And yeah, if you have the time, the hours to go through the entire thing, you're welcome to do so. But yeah, those are, in any case, very important for any Twitch streamers looking to do this full time, or looking to see this as a career path, or just doesn't want to. Even if you're, let's say, you're doing just as a hobby, still you might have to take a look at all these documents, legal documents, so that in the event somehow your hobby turns into a possible income, at least a way to get you some income. That is important. That is important for you to look into. You don't want to get how do you say, banned, suspended, copyright strike, and all that, right? And then lose a source of income. Right. So yeah, this month I've been very busy. Next week gonna be a busy week as well. This week slightly not that busy, but I still busy. Yeah. Almost every day I'm doing something different, but it doesn't seem enough. Oh yeah, talking about doing all this stuff. Apparently Malaysia just got Throne Gift, access to Throne Gift, but only for payouts, so not exactly. Yeah, I mean, if anyone doesn't know what Throne Gift is, it's basically for content. It's a gift system, private gift system for content creators. So if, let's say, you wanted to buy something for your streamer, maybe a clothing item, a game, or some sort of a PC accessories, all that stuff, the Throne Gift can provide that in secret, in privacy. Meaning to say, you buy the gift for the content creator you want to support, they will send it for you secretly. So meaning to say, if let's say you bought someone a coffee, literally you can buy someone coffee. I think in US it is possible. They will send it. Throne Gift will send the gift directly to the content creator. So Papi or Jada, if you think that is an interesting thing to do, you can try and see, look into that. Throne Gift. But for Malaysia, it's only payout, so it's only possible to pay to Throne Gift, and then Throne Gift will our Malaysians will be able to withdraw the money and get the gift themselves. It's a weird way to for now. Hopefully they do have they open a physical branch or something to do that sort of a buying of gifts, sending it to me directly, so that I don't have to do this 2 steps thing. But yeah, Throne Gifts just finished setting it up actually a few hours ago. They have the alerts and all that stuff for you to put up. Very how do I say, thoughtful of them. I think this website specializes in for streamers and all that. That's why. All right. Then yeah, I still have a lot of things to do actually. Still need to design I need to design a different logo other than Light and Co logo. Light and Co logo, I am quite satisfied with it, but maybe I need a separate logo for streaming. I have an idea of it. I just don't have the time to how do you say, realize the idea. But a lot of things, a lot of my ideas are inspired by Ace Attorney. So, of course, it probably look a bit similar in terms of design, but hopefully nice to look at, and there's a lot of originality in it. And yeah, if anyone hasn't if any people are starting to come in, probably, I'm not sure, I can't see the views, but yeah, at the end of the stream there will be a special announcement, which all I can say is it's happening next weekend. It's happening next weekend, right? I spent a lot of weeks thinking of how to do that, and only recently putting all the thoughts and ideas into it yesterday, in compiling them. But that's for later. I'll see how later that can be. I skimmed through the
Gotcha!
Hey, Papioja, thanks for the cheers, for the bits. Yeah. What was I saying? God damn, that distracted me. That really distracted me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the things I'm gonna talk about today, as I can see, it might be longer than we'll see. Should we be looking the entire thing or not? It's much longer than the terms of service, but not as doesn't have like the legal jargon as much. All these community guidelines are written in a way to for people to read, really, as opposed to the terms of service, which is an actual legal document, actual agreement with terms of service, terms and conditions. So it might be a smooth sailing, or still require almost 1/4 of a day to go through the entire thing, but we'll see. But yeah, Pride Month, I hope it's Pride Month, so I hope everyone's enjoying their expression, their own expression, everything freely. Being happy by being themselves. I know how important that is. I mean, I personally am straight, but I understand or I try to understand how the community is struggling, how they struggle to go through their lives, especially in Malaysia. I can't be open about it in Malaysia, unfortunately. I'm not too open about it, as in you probably a person of the queer community can act how they feel like, but if they want to express it anywhere in social media, nah. Or that, as well as in rural areas of Malaysia, and also depends on what race and what religion you have in Malaysia. Yep. So there's that, but we still try to hope, I guess, hope that the younger generation are able to be open about it, understand everyone, that it's nothing wrong to be whoever you want to be, as long as you don't do any harm, as long as you don't pose any physical threat, or really the important thing is whatever you believe, whatever you like to do, whatever you want to express yourself, there's no harm to it in the physical form, right? As well as mental. But I don't see expressing yourself in terms of sexuality and gender would really harm anyone. Really, you're not being forced to do anything against that. Right, we're almost time. Well, let's move towards the streaming section now, shall we? All right, hello everyone. We'll be conducting the legal investigations now. Or let me switch to it here. So the community guidelines. I'm sure everyone has heard of it somehow or somewhere. Yeah, I need to. Oh yeah, need to open my chat. Totally forgot about that. All right. Community guidelines. This is just the, how do you say, base of the document. All these categories, hateful conduct, harassment over here, they are just what do you say, a general statement on that category. Some of them are short enough that it covers everything, but some have other documents that you have to read through. Like over here, nudity, pornography, and other sexual content. There is another document over here that you have to read through, which is part of the community guidelines. All that. So, first question anyone would probably ask is community guidelines binding? That you should follow them. So how forceful is it? How community guidelines are enforceable or applies to anyone? So, well, first off, community guidelines is, read through this first few paragraphs. This is the starting of the document. So here it says, at Twitch, our mission is to provide the best shared social video experience created by a growing community where creators and communities can interact safely. To achieve this goal, we ask that all users participate in such a way that promotes a friendly, positive experience for our global community. So over here, the first sentence is sort of like a flavor text, telling you what's the purpose of the community guidelines. Easy. It is to best shared social video experience, right? To get the best social video experience, at the same time safely, interact with anyone safely. sometimes this is important to spell out what's the purpose of a document in actual legal processes, so that everyone is clear what all these documents are about. Sometimes it is useful if, let's say, in an agreement, we have all these terms and conditions. People, like suppose the two parties need to do something, they need to do they need to do A, need to do B. But if the agreement doesn't tell you why do you need to do A or why do you need to do B, could be confusing, could be vague, could be wrong, or interpreted wrongly. So that's why it's good to have some sort of explanation for legal documents. But other than that, it only serves that purpose. So, and as well as it says here, all users. So this document is supposed to say should apply to everyone. Even if you're not a streamer, you should read this as well, right? Simple enough. And of course, why? So now this next sentence, we're just going to read it, and I'm going to tell you why is it important. In addition to our terms of service, we provide the following guidelines for our community. Just this sentence alone tells you how and why this is legally binding for you, because it is in addition to our terms of service. Meaning to say, terms of service still last modified last year, so it hasn't changed since the time I read the entire thing, so that's good. Is a legal document, is an agreement that you are supposed to be bound by whenever you use Twitch services. Just that. I don't want to get into it too much, but yes, that is the purpose of that document. But that is a legal document, that is a binding document that can be enforced in courts, in the US courts specifically. And that is why community guidelines is enforceable as well in the courts. If let's say Twitch uses community guidelines to do certain things, and if you are not satisfied with their reasons, or they are not supposed to do things in accordance with the community guidelines, or using community guidelines as an excuse, you can go through US courts or whatever legal system they have to fight this, because this is a legal document and everyone is bound by it, even Twitch, right? So that is why community guidelines is not something that you can say is how do you say, just something Twitch says and it's not important. They don't take it seriously, or they don't take it seriously in sense of legal consequences. Why I would say that is that a lot of times, a lot of big companies like game companies, they also have community guidelines as well. But in their community guidelines, more specifically for those streamers that want to stream the games that the game companies are publishing or releasing or developing, they always tell you specifically how you should be playing their game, how you should be sharing their gameplay footage and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like all copyright laws and like all copyright licenses, community guidelines are not legally binding in those circumstances, because they are not making an agreement with you. Their agreement is still, they do not tell you that these community guidelines are part of their terms of service or terms of sale, which is a separate legal document, same as Twitch, which Again, which in those terms of service, they will tell you what you can do with their game. In their community guidelines, this is probably getting a bit sidetracked, but just want to emphasize this is that if game companies tell you that you can stream their games, you can put up let's play videos in YouTube or whatever through these community guidelines, they are not giving you a license to do so. They are not giving you a legal license to do so. You can't use these community guidelines if, let's say, they copyright strike you for playing their games or anything. You can't use these community guidelines to say they give consent, they give permission for me to play, and I should be safe. But no, because community guidelines, how they are drafted for game companies is they always put a proviso, they always put an exception to say that this is not a legal document. Either they say that, or they say they reserve the right to take legal actions against you for whatever reason, for copyright infringement. They in their document itself, they don't even say for copyright infringement. They say they will take legal actions for any reason, regardless of what has been said in the community guidelines. So at the end of the day, these community guidelines serve no purposes, at least for game companies, at least for all these the publishers, the game publishers try to show that they are somewhat okay with, they're officially okay with the streaming community and content creators community. But no, it's just a PR action. Okay, coming back from this tangent. Again, community guidelines important, legally binding in Twitch. So that's that. So let's continue. These guidelines fall under the common sense philosophy and apply to all users, generated content and activity on our services. Right. It says all users again, and generated content on our services. Meaning to say all users, unless they define it somewhere else, users practically, if I'm correct, in accordance to terms of a service, it involves everyone. It applies to everyone, even the viewers. And generated content, it could be content in the chat, or content from anything. Interactions between the stream and between the streamer and the viewer, right? This is considered a living document that we regularly update based on the evolution of Twitch community and service. Yeah, so it regularly updates. Additional guidelines or specific exceptions may be applicable for certain services or properties under the Twitch service. So this is saying there are more specifics, there are more exceptions, there are more details, which is in the form of extra documents, additional documents supplementing the community guidelines. Right? That you have to look into, because every rules always has their exceptions. There is no absolute in anything. Actually, not in anything. In any legal document or in any legal situation. Just for your knowledge. To protect the integrity of our community, as the provider of the service, we at Twitch server reserve the right to suspend any account at any time, or any conduct that we determine to be inappropriate or harmful. Such actions may include removal of content, a strike on the account, and a suspension of accounts. So please refer to this page for more details about suspension. So this is just telling you what sort of things that the Twitch will do in terms of how do you say, when something is done against their exactly what document, which is terms of service and community guidelines. So if there are breaches, and if there are a breach of terms in these two documents, they will do the following things. All this suspension, warnings, bans here, right? Of course, there are other actions they can take found inside the terms of service as well, like legal actions, right? But these are things that they would do without resorting to those extreme measures, right? Without, I would say, we'll go through this a bit because it's not a huge document and it's part of the community guidelines. So we should read this about what exactly Twitch can do if, let's say, a community guidelines has been breached, right? Of course, we'll just look into the categories, right? Let's read over here first. Try not to skip things. We take a number of factors into consideration when we review reports of violations, including the intent and context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. Right. So this one, yeah. So whenever someone reports something in breach of community guidelines of terms of service to Twitch, why you don't see actions taken against people, like say like the recent controversy of content labeling, misuse of content labeling, which is actually found here in the community guidelines as well, which I have also made a video on, where there are streamers misusing the tags on their streams. Like if let's say they are not if they are not a VTuber and they are using a VTuber tag, that is considered a misuse if they are intentionally doing so for several times. But why do they not take actions? Because they have a lot of things to consider, which they say over here. They have to look into the intent, the context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. Right. So basically, they need to look into a lot of things, like say, if banning this person, would it hurt my financial profits, financial position, or my reputation to the public? Is there a court order, legal obligations? Is there a court order or a threat of legal actions of wanting us to do something about it? Like a lot of times when, if let's say, I think Twitch has a lot of times, how do you say, a ban, a copyright strike wave, where tons and tons of streamers get copyright striked because a music record label starts demanding Twitch to do something about it, and that is what happens. That is what usually happens. I'm saying when these community guidelines are enforced, when would Twitch take actions? Right? It's just not about being right or wrong. So that's unfortunate, as I say, because that is Twitch. Because Twitch is a company. And they think like a company, they act like a company. They do not act like an individual with moral, with considering with just morality alone. If it was maybe more, there will be more different kinds of problems, I would assume. But anyways, let's look at this. Depending on the nature of violation, we take a range of actions including warning, temporary suspension, and for more serious offenses, an indefinite suspension. Yes, so a warning is a courtesy notice for some violations. We may also remove content associated with the violation. Repeating a violation you have already been warned for, committing a similar violation will result in a suspension. Right? So they give you warnings for certain violations. Then they give you suspensions. There can be temporary suspension, could be from 1 to 30 days, and once it says after the suspension is complete, you will be able to use our services once again. We keep a record of past violations, and multiple suspensions over time can lead to an indefinite suspension. Yeah, so of course indefinite suspension means indefinite. There is no time limit. Could be more than 30 days or longer. Right. And then there is no opportunity to appeal anymore, apparently. But if the streamer, if that person is big enough, there is a possibility. Because again, there is no absolute in this kind of things. For whatever you think, terms and conditions in a legal document is binding, but at the end of the day, it depends on the parties if they want to use the terms and conditions, or they want to waive these terms and conditions or change them. So there's that. So if you receive a subscription of 30 days or longer, any subscription you may have will not renew. You may reactivate them when your account is reinstated. Right, so this is talking more specifically about as a viewer in terms of the subscriptions. So if you're subscribing to anyone and if you get suspended and you are no longer you are suspended and your subscription is going to expire during that period of time, it will not be renewed. After the suspension duration is complete, expect your follow count to be low and recover within the following 5 hours. Yep. So other than that, suspension on bot accounts where we welcome bots at the official bot accounts that spam unwanted messages will be banned indefinitely. Bots that exited messaging rate limits will automatically be blocked from sending more messages. To ensure your bot is not banned, please visit this link, blah 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 blah. Right. So bots can be banned as well. Not really useful for us, but for developers of chatbots. Restrictions. If your account is suspended, you may not access or use Twitch services, including watching streams, broadcasting, chatting, creating other accounts, participating in stream of a third-party channel. If a banned user appears in a third-party channel while being suspended, this could cause the ban of the channel they appear in. Right, so this is just saying what happens when you get suspended. Right, easy enough. Force username reset. Usernames that are flagged as violating our community guidelines and do not result in an indefinite suspension will be forced to rename. When this occurs, this account is locked and cannot be recovered until the account owner completes the username reset process. Once complete, the channel owner will regain access to your account, including followers, bits, and subscriptions. I'm guessing this is like some cheeky person wants to use certain words in their username by like typing numbers instead of alphabets. Because normally I would think that most user account systems, they would have a filter to notice what words can be used and what cannot be used. appealing and account enforcement. Well, I won't go through this one right now. It's about appealing, and I don't think this is really useful at the moment to know. Account enforcement to the copyright infringement. Yeah, copyright stuff we'll do another time. I've talked about it a lot, copyright infringement, but we'll do it another time. That's a hot topic, which I can always go back. I would love to go back, always love to go back and talk about. Following a channel-specific unbanned request. Right, no, I won't go through all this. So we'll go back again with the community guidelines. And yeah, that is the starting of the community guideline paragraphs. Reading all this should suffice to tell you that breaching community guidelines is a serious violation. But it depends. It's serious, but enforcement depends on the streamer, on the user. So there's always that. Always keep that in mind, so that you don't have the mindset of that person is doing something wrong. They must be actions must be taken against, because that's not how things work. Like say, I always like to give the example because that's the one thing that I always remember as a VTuber, is that the content mislabeling that is SQC. Probably a lot of people know about him. I only know him by reputation and seen him talk about what the content labeling were about. He is blatantly, of course, misusing the content, misusing the tag, because he's not a VTuber, but he is using a VTuber tag for whatever reason he gave. It was not, as far as I can see, it's not justifiable. But thousands of people reported him. VTubers made complaints on the, how do you say, there's a page where Twitch receives ideas, suggestions, all that stuff. A lot of people complain, but at the end of the day, no action was taken. No action was taken because of who XQC is to Twitch. A milk bag, what do you say? A money bag? A milking cow? A cow to be milked? I have no idea. But yeah, XQC brings a lot of profit to Twitch. That should probably the one with the most, or at least the one with one of the most, that gives Twitch most of the profit. Imagine just suspending XQC for one day, and how much profit Twitch loses just by suspending him for one day, just to teach him a lesson or something like that. They will lose a lot. Twitch would not want that profit to go away just because there was a misuse of tags. It was not, compared to other things, Twitch probably thinks this is something that is not really an issue, right? As opposed to some sort of a very, very blatant, very openly disregard of community guidelines. I wouldn't say what, because I'm not sure if he does a lot of different kinds of much more serious kind of violations, but it happens to a few sometimes, to top streamers, in terms of getting suspended or getting even reaching to a stage where legal actions are taken against them. There is cases like that, but it is so rare, and it is so fine between that. As long as you reach to the top of Twitch's as how do you say, food chain, you're safe from Twitch, as long as you don't do something very, very stupid, like very, very criminal in nature or something like that, right? But yeah, that is the nature of enforcement of community guidelines. But without further ado, we still look through them, because as normal people, we want to know what should be right and what should be wrong to do in the stream, in Twitch or in any public area. I would say the community guidelines is a good place to know in general in society what you should be doing, what you should not be doing when you're interacting with people, when you're doing something in public. So that's that. So I would just go towards the hateful conduct harassment over here, and then we'll go to this beast, this entire thing. Maybe we'll do this entire thing for whatever reason. But yeah. So hateful conduct and harassment. Hateful conduct and harassment are not allowed on Twitch. Hateful conduct is any content or activity that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration. What is this word? I'm not sure what this word is. Denigration. The action of unfairly criticizing someone or something. Ooh. Action of unfairly criticizing someone or something. Harassment or violence based on the following protected characteristics. Right. So let's highlight this. So against the following protected characteristics. So there can be discrimination or denigration, harassment or violence. How do you pronounce this word? Denigration. Harassment or violence based on the following protected characteristics. So basically it means there can be discrimination, denigration, harassment or violence if it's not these characteristics. You can always interpret it as that. That's how legal documents are. Unless they say something like that, not including or not accepting something, etc., etc. So what are the characteristics? Protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. Quite surprisingly, there are a lot from the usual ones you will see. Race, ethnicity, color is very common. Caste, I would say not common, but common in certain countries like India, where there is a caste system. Then there is national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability. Alright, all these are quite common. Veteran status, I wouldn't expect it if you didn't write it down. Then it says, we also provide certain protections for age. Twitch has zero tolerance for hateful conduct, meaning we act on every valid reported instance of hateful conduct. We afford every user equal protections under this policy, regardless of their particular characteristics. Right, so about the reporting system in Twitch. Actually, I just thought about it. Remembered it actually. Not every not every violation is reportable, as far as I understand. For example, copyright violations are not reportable in the sense that you can just simply, like right now when you're watching me, there's a report button. You can report me for IP violations or anything like that. No, there is a button for it. There is a how do you say it? You can select that, but it only gets you refers you to the page for making a DMCA claim, and a DMCA form to claim to copyright strike someone. There's no, how to say, voluntary investigation on every violations when you report something. You have for at least for copyright stuff, only the, as far, yeah, I understand, only the copyright holders can actually take actions against people who violate copyright laws. Copyright is i.e. copyright infringement. There's that. Just to let you know. Then it says, we afford every equal protection in this policy, regardless of their particular characteristics. Equal protections under this policy, yes and no. Because at the end of the day, where is that thing again? Again, about enforcement, right? You have to read all this together. You can't read this one specific part and then disregard another one. So over here, as we just noticed, it says, as we remember, it says they have to consider intent, context, potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others on violations. So even if they say that they afford every user equal protection under this policy, you still have to read it in conjunction with this. They still have to consider this. So it's not like equal protections means that everyone gets equal enforcement of the violation of community guidelines. Yeah, so that's that. Then they talk about harassment. Harassment has many manifestations, including stalking, personal attacks, promotion of physical harm, hostile raids, and malicious false report brigading. Sexual harassment specifically can take the form of unwelcome sexual advances and solicitations, and sexual objectification or degrading attacks relating to a person's perceived sexual practices. Then it says, we will take action on all instances of hateful conduct and harassment with an increasing severity of enforcement when the behavior is targeted, personal, graphic, or repeated, prolonged, incites further abuse, or involves threats of violence or coercion. The most egregious violation may result in indefinite suspension on the first offense. Right. So they have a link to that, which we'll look into it more in depth in this stream. But yeah, they, of course, this category is one of the more important category in the sense that if these things are rampant in Twitch, it won't just stay in Twitch. It probably, because Twitch is in US laws has protections and all this against discrimination quite expressively expressly in their amendment. Wait, is it in their amendment? Let me check. Discrimination US law. It's not in the amendment. It's what is this? EEOC. EEOC is the yeah, okay. This one. Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Right. I don't want to get into that, but yes, America has an act just to talk about protecting people from being discriminated by race and ethnicity and all that. So they want to avoid that. We would definitely want to avoid any sort of legal repercussions if a lot of their streamers are blatantly violating this specific category of community guidelines, as opposed to something as like this content labeling, which is like so little is written about this. Now, the thing about legal documents, right? The less you write about certain things, the less you can use it, or you can understand it to its full extent of its purpose. When it's written like this, so shortly, and there's no additional documents for this one, there are a bunch of interpretations to it. Like say, Twitch can always argue the interpretation of what is deliberate or extensive misuse, right? They can always say what best describes your content, choosing category or tags that best describes your content. They can always say this is. They don't have to. It's not too specific. You don't have to be too descriptive. Use the tags that has to be exactly what your content is about. They can argue that. They can argue that because there's no other laws. No US laws on that sort of things. It is too minor. Right. So, without further ado, we'll go into what all this hateful content and harassment is about in this giant of a document, which has apparently 6 categories with an FAQ at the end. Why is this very important? Other than because laws around it, there are laws revolving discrimination and all that stuff. Well, one thing is because Twitch, like a lot of social platforms, I consider Twitch a social platform as well. Almost everything is possible in Twitch as well, in terms of content. There can be streams of real life streams. No, not real. How am I going to say this? There are traveling streams. There are streams about giving talks, like how I'm doing right now, giving sort of seminars, giving sort of advice, giving some sort of a encouragement, support, or advertisement, or even propaganda. is possible. As we've learned in terms of service, a political figure can use Twitch to stream. And you probably can you definitely can use religion as your content. A priest or someone, or not even the person doesn't have to be a priest or a monk or anyone in particular of the religious position can preach, can do those sorts of things. As far as I know from terms of service, not so sure about the community guidelines, so I might be wrong. But a lot of different types, what I'm trying to say is a lot of different types of content is possible. And because of that, there are a lot of types of content that shouldn't be on Twitch as well, which is promoting hate against something or trying to discriminate something based on non-facts, based on misinformation, based on personal perspectives, beliefs, all that stuff, which is very harmful, right? Because Twitch is a social platform with streamers with viewers that watch streams, that are influenced by them, are inspired by them, admired by them, and guided by them somehow or some way, right? Meaning to say, if let's say easy enough, clear enough, obviously enough, if a streamer encourages hate, encourages misinformation, encourages discrimination, they will think they are right without questioning them, without questioning the idea itself, the message that is being brought upon them. That is for streamers. The other way around happens as well, which is viewers expressing hate, discriminatory, harassing acts, discriminatory speech, discriminatory topics, or being, doesn't have to be messages, it can be through the extensions, trying to bypass it somehow, to trying to imply something that is not right. All of these are should consider as hateful conduct and harassment, right? And I've heard a lot of stories about streamers getting all this sort of negative behavior happen in their streams. The most common one, I wouldn't say common, I would say the most reported one or the most talked about one is there being hate raids. Raids that are not supposed to promote a person, but to be hateful and harass a streamer. I've never experienced this before, and I hope I never experience it, really. Where a streamer themselves conduct a raid, basically doing a normal raid on other streams, targeting certain races, certain beliefs, certain community and such, not to promote them but to harass them by messaging, by spamming the chat with things that are in violation of community guidelines. That's all I can say. And that happens, and apparently there's no way to stop it, like immediately by Twitch. Because if let's say a person raids, because raids are accepted, or how do you say, there is a moderation. The settings on raid, normally people would put it at anyone can raid, something like that. Or but you also can restrict the raids to people that you know. But no, most streamers, they put on raids. They accept all types of raids. So this is very bad. Or for say this is very a vulnerable position for small streamers like myself, where I can't restrict raids just to the people I know. I have to keep it open so that more people can be exposed, or more people can discover my channel, my content. So I've seen videos on saying how to counter, how to defend against these sort of hate raids. I don't know. I don't feel like it's a solution that we ourselves have to deal with. I think it's something that Twitch should have some way to prevent it. Like, say, a very simple way would be anyone that comes from the raid is banned. Is banned, like literally. Like, if let's say the raid came with 100 people, by just banning the raider, the streamer that raids, there should be an option to do that. By basically banning that one person, all the person that this raider came with are also banned as well. That should happen. That should be able to be an option. I think that isn't. I'm not sure about programming all that stuff, but I think that isn't a hard thing to implement. And I probably think that people have suggested something like that before, right? But yeah, Twitch has this problem where people, it's either the streamers are doing this hateful conduct, or it's these viewers that are doing it. Okay, I'm out of tea, but I still have water. Let me take a small break. I'm just gonna stretch. Oh, I'm not too boring. I'm not boring anyone. Or how do you say? Not boring any people. Too long-winded. But yeah, because I haven't even really started this goddamn document. Right. So, let's continue. So, this is a big chunk of a document. So we start as quickly we'll go through it quickly as possible. Right? I do not want to waste too much of everyone's time. But yeah. Objection. What are you objecting, Dr. Marmot? Hearsay. This is not the Amber Heard case has concluded, Dr. Marmot. There's no hearsay here. Twitch is a space for people to create, join, and participate in communities that share their interests. We want everyone to be able to express themselves on Twitch, but it's important that this is done in a manner that allows everyone to flourish. Twitch prioritizes minimizing harm to our users or over freedom of expression. And we will limit some expression with the goal of protecting users from moderating hateful behavior and harassment. Right, nothing really I need to emphasize. Is another flavor text to tell you what this category is about. Doesn't really tell you how Twitch takes these things seriously, because again, flavor text, why when I say flavor text is because it doesn't tell you how how serious they take actions, they enforce these things, unless they give us the numbers, right? Then I would consider that, oh yeah, they take this category of community guidelines more seriously. But if just saying we think or we take this seriously, I can say that, but I can't do anything as well, right? So it's a non-statement, all right? It's just to comfort people in a way, in my perspective. And then it says we support users who express diverse, unpopular points of view, as long as the behavior is not hateful or harassing. When reviewing reported content and activity, we will consider the surrounding context in evaluating whether or not the behavior is a violation of our community guidelines. Yeah, so of course we always look at content, right? Context when anyone talks about something. If let's say I was talking about sex, or talking about gender or race, all that, we have to look into the context. It doesn't mean that when I talk about those things, it's gonna be bad or it shouldn't be talked about. Always look into the context. Am I educating people, or am I just trying to send some sort of a message, some sort of an idea to manipulate, to try and change people's mind to do something that is harmful, right? Because for me, I always try to talk about things in a neutral way, or always whenever if I am biased, I will say I'm biased, and I will always tell people that do your own research, do your own thinking on that matter, on whatever you do. Do not take my word as truth, as fact, because that's not how critical thinking works. That's not how logical, rational people think. Logical and rational people, and as well as skeptical people, always questions everything to an extent, always has doubts to anything that they believe in. Even things that they believe in. Like I have my beliefs, I have my perspectives, my opinions, but I always think like they are not absolute. I don't put them as absolute truths. If there is some sort of a argument against it, I will listen to it. I will consider that argument based on its evidence, facts, scientific reasoning, all that stuff, and any other considerations I have to take into account, morality, legality, all that stuff. That is critical thinking to me. Again, I have a video on critical thinking as well, because these are the things that are important to me, that I should always remind people to know, to try to be as a person. But yeah. Moving on. We do not tolerate hateful or harassing behavior or conduct that encourages or incites hate or harassment in any way. However, we allow users to discuss content that is hateful or harassing for the purpose of satire or education, as long as this context is clear. Yep, which is what I'm actually doing now. Right, I'm doing this for people to, or educate people to let them be aware of this, of things like this. If not clear, if not for the first time, or at least be reminded of it. Satirical content is acceptable if it uses elements such as irony, exaggeration, or ridicule to expose and critique abusive behaviors. Right? Joking about it, joking about hateful stuff in a way that presents them as bad is okay, is what this is trying to say. Talking about them in a way that is not encouraging people to do it, but instead the other way around is good, it's fine. Attempting to promote hateful viewpoints under the guise of education or community will lead to suspension of account. Yes. Don't talk about it as in it's a joke, just a joke for people to laugh at and excusing yourself that it's just a joke, you didn't mean anything to it, is not right. Not something right you can do. Right? Doing it's bad. It's considered bad faith. You're not being really how do you say? Because the thing is, we do not know how whether or not a person intends to harm someone or not is something we can't gauge unless we are that person themselves, or we've known that person for a long time personally, not just through a screen, but not just watching me. So even if, let's say, you've been watching me for the past 4 months, 5, I've started doing this February, March, April, May, 4 months. 4 months. I've been doing this for months. 4 or 5 months. Yeah, we're gonna reach 5 months this month. Yeah. Doesn't mean you know me. You just know a part of me. I might be a serial killer. I'm really just kidding, right? Don't think of me as a serial killer. This is an example, right? I could be someone that I could be someone else, right? A streamer is just a representation of a certain part of me, or a certain part of a person, someone else. Don't think of this. What I'm talking about is parasocial. Don't think of streamers as your as a true friend or as someone that you personally know. Just think of them as a representative. If let's say I represent a good person, just think of it as I represent a good person. Don't think of it as I am an actual good person, right? I don't want to think people that I'm an actual good person or something, and then thinking because of believing that, of believing that I'm a good person, then you think that anything I do should be fine. Is not bad for people. That is I think people don't really try to separate when they are watching streamers. People always think they make streamers, when they make them laugh or make them happy and all that, they inevitably think they are someone that cannot do no wrong. But humans are humans, and we are always going to make some sort of mistake. So my point is, I'm really running on a tangent now, is that don't take everything on face value, especially streamers. We can provide you a certain entertainment. We can provide you a certain service or certain comfort. But that is it, right? But I appreciate all the friendship, the support that people have given me as I started doing this streaming. That is something that I think we all can agree on, at least, right? Doing good makes us happy. Doing good makes us feel good. Being kind to other people, it's something factual, rather than just talking about it. That the act of being kind, the act of being good, can be appreciated. Just to not tie, we shouldn't be tying that act of kindness to the person strictly. Am I making sense? I'm not sure. But yeah, let me just look at that sentence. What sentence was I talking about? Right, this one. We do not tolerate hateful. How are we allowed? Satirical. Yes. Attempting to promote. Yes. All right. Yeah. That's why I went on a tangent, because some people would promote hateful viewpoints under the guise of education or comedy will lead to suspension of your account. Right. So moving on, across hateful conduct and harassment, the severity of enforcement increases when the behavior is targeted, personal, graphic, or repeated, prolonged, incites further abuse, or involves threats of violence or coercion. So this is just it, giving you an idea of how they would take this sort of a violation seriously. Maybe I should just quickly explain this. Targeted means that simply you're targeting one specific streamer, of one specific individual on Twitch, just to be negative at that person for whatever reason. Personal, how would you define personal? I would say the personal here is enforced where the behavior is personal. I guess it would be reaching towards the trying to go after the person's personal life, trying to like directly affect the person that you're harassing or conducting hateful acts against on a personal level in real life. Then graphic, hard to say. Graphic could be actually showing some sort of certain visual representation, visual images that is considered hateful conduct and harassment. Oh, this music is distracting me. Let's move on. Or repeated, prolonged, simple. No need to explain that. Incites further abuse. I guess this is like trying to say, trying to provoke, incite to further abuse. Provoke the behavior. Behavior is targeted. Behavior incites further abuse. Trying to goad the person to I can answer. Trying to provoke the person to get into more abusive actions, abusive circumstances, situations, or involves threats of violence or coercion. All right, simple enough. The most egregious violations may result in definite suspension of the first offense. Right? The policies listed below apply site-wide. However, users may personally implement and enforce more stringent guidelines for their own channels and communities. Right. So they are saying everything below here is not exclusive. As in, yeah, a bit vague here about this one. What they are trying to say is, other than the things listed in this category, you yourself as the streamer can add more rules, more guidelines in this category. And I'm not sure, it doesn't say anything about whether Twitch will honor those guidelines, will enforce your personal guidelines. There's something doesn't say here, right? We have to highlight this. So, of course, every channel has their rules, including myself. Specific rules, to be exact, what people can do in the chat or do in my channel. But yeah, this is not really, doesn't say about anything where it says users may personally implement and enforce more stringent guidelines. Personally enforce, meaning to say, my interpretation would be Twitch won't do anything about your own rules. You have your methods, your powers, so to speak, to take action, I guess. Right, so then there is categories of behavior prohibited by this policy are highlighted in purple below. You also find a short list of non-comprehensive examples of violative content included where applicable. So they are saying categories of behavior are highlighted in purple. Right, let's highlight this in purple. So there are behaviors that are not prohibited, but still not allowed. I am confused. You also find a short list of non-comprehensive. Yeah, so non-comprehensive just means it doesn't include everything. All the things mentioned here is not exhaustive, not absolute. Anything that is considered hateful conduct or harassment will be, if it's interpreted as hateful or harassing, is considered as part of this category, I guess. Well, my guess is about 90%, so think of that what you will. Right now, hateful conduct. That was just the beginning, how do you say, introduction to the category. Now we go through the category of hateful conduct. Right. Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together in shared community. I don't know why they keep saying this. Twitch aims to be This vision is threatened when people experience harmful rhetoric, and abuse on Twitch. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following. Okay, this is the same thing over here. The same thing as we read, right? Previously. We also provide we define protected groups. Right, this is new. We define protected groups as a subset of the population with a shared protected characteristics. Every Twitch user falls into multiple of these protected groups, which affords every user globally equal protections under this policy, regardless of their particular characteristics. And we don't make exceptions to these standards based on protected characteristics. We don't make this exceptions to these standards based on protected characteristics. Now, this is very important and a bit contradicting from what we previously read. They are saying if anyone goes against these protected groups, they will not make exceptions on their protection. It's contradictory with this one. Why do I think it is contradictory? Over here they're saying equal protections under this policy, but over here they say they still have to consider the violations, intent, context, and potential harm to the community, legal obligation, and others. Right? Because if they breach this is what they will do. These are the actions they will take. But they are saying they have to consider all these things. But then they are saying they have not making exceptions to these standards based on protected characteristics. Wait, am I interpreting this wrong? And we don't make decisions based on protected characteristics. Regardless of their particular characteristics, we do not make exceptions to this standards based on protected characteristics. The only way I can interpret this without contradicting that one is that they are saying a protected group would not be protected if they did the same thing, if they violated the community guidelines in this category. That's the other thing, the other way I can interpret this. To support every user globally and we don't make sense. Yes, I think that is much more logical. They're saying everyone is gets equal protections from this discrimination, even if it's coming from the protected groups themselves, people with protected characteristics themselves. By the time I finish this, then I'm gonna hate the word characteristics. Content that is prohibited under our hateful conduct policy, regardless of whether it is intended to be hateful, includes but is not limited to the following. Right, so they are purple, they are not purple. They are purple and they are not purple. So the purple ones are more important, are prohibited. Alright, so wait. But then it still says it is still prohibited. So I'm not even sure. So this is super prohibited and this is lesser prohibited. superior prohibition. And then there's lesser prohibition. I do not know. This is, yeah, again, I'm being neutral here. There are certain things that they worded not in the best how do you say, clear sense. But yeah, all I can say is everything is prohibited and purple ones are prohibited. It's more prohibited, right? Okay, it says, alright, read the examples. Promoting, glorifying, threatening, or advocating violence, physical harm, or death against individuals or groups on the basis of a protected characteristic, including age. Right? I don't need to explain that. All of these are very obviously bad. I don't think anyone would consider any of this good, right? But yes, one thing maybe people would want to try and argue or try to justify is might be the minority, but I will still try to highlight it because being neutral and all that. Because it says not to promote violence, right? So, and glorifying it. So the most obvious example I can think of is the Ukraine-Russian Russian war that is still ongoing right now, which is I don't know, very unfortunate, very depressing, very sad. But people are dying, right? But then there are people on different sides supporting the war, right? One side is supporting Ukraine, one side is supporting the Russia. But we can have sides. I'm not saying we can't have sides. And for whatever reason you're siding with Ukraine, you're siding with Russia, doesn't matter. But I would say personally, and probably including Twitch, I would agree with Twitch's over here, glorifying. I wouldn't glorify the victories that either parties are having or something like that. I wouldn't glorify who has the most kills, who has killed the most, who has did the most damage or anything like that. We shouldn't be doing that because war is bad, right? It happens because bad people made it happen. But the war itself is nothing to be celebrated about. All the victories inside it. We might be thankful that certain events during the war happen, which reduces harm or reduces death, right? But we shouldn't glorify those harms being harms against those people. Death happens against those people, anyone really, because killing is wrong no matter how you look at it. Wrong in the sense that people shouldn't be doing it in the first place. But of course, we understand that due to so many different circumstances, so many different reasons, so many different factors, that it has to happen. It has to happen somehow. Right? Because there are bad people in the world. So we need to acknowledge it and accept it, but we still can't glorify anything, right? Is what I'm trying to say. So meaning to say, even if you're talking about this sort of a controversial or sensitive issues, we shouldn't like be saying, yay, this country is winning and killing a lot of people and all that, yay them for killing this specific group of people. We shouldn't be talking like that. We shouldn't be glorifying victories in war. We should be just keep a heavy mind, heavy heart on the ongoing events, what is happening. And if you can help with reducing all this death or all that, or all this suffering, that I think that is what us normal people, us or normal citizens anywhere in the world should be focusing on, rather than focusing on how is the war, like focusing or viewing the war as if it's some sort of a football game, right? So
Thanks for following.
that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for the follow. Story recap Twitch. Thanks for the head pack. Let me drink something. How are you? How are you? You doing all right? But yeah, that is what it means to not glorify violence, right? Because as Twitch, as this category has mentioned, what are the characteristics of what are the protected characteristics, which is wait, where is it? Over here. It includes national origin, right? You can't be glorifying, let's say, glorifying country A for doing certain violent, harmful acts against country B. Of course, the Ukraine-Russian war is an example. There are a lot of different things that could include this sort of circumstance. The Palestinian-Israeli war, civil war, or not civil war that's happening between them. The Pakistan and India conflict, and all these things, all this conflict with different countries. If there is violence involved, right? If anyone in their stream is talking about it, it's not. They shouldn't talk about it as in like it's a game, or it's like a match, a sports match, right? Supporting this one is sport in terms of like how is the suffering between them is going on, right? We don't want to think of it as we do not want to lessen the seriousness of what all this is happening, or disregard that both sides of any conflict is suffering. Is what my stance is on this, and is what Twitch stance is as well. So I'm saying I'm biased, but Twitch is biased in the sense that I'm how do you say, biased in the sense that I'm a person of not, I think most people do not advocate or glorify violence in the sense that in real life, violence in game, pretty fine, right? Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so inciting or promoting violence against a group, kill all the blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Promoting or expressing desire for a protected group to be infected or die from a serious disease. Yeah, this is very apparent. At least in other social medias. I'm not sure about streams, but this is a very common thing that people post on Twitter, on Reddit, or wherever else when they talk about people they certain groups of people they don't like. Well, of course, this is just protected group, but then I would say this should apply to anyone. This is much prominent during the very bad years of the first year of the COVID pandemic. A lot of this is thrown all near and alley. There is even a goddamn subreddit for this thing, which is sad. It's sad. But my point is, don't tell people to die, or hope they die, or hope they get infected and die like that, right? Because if you're doing what you're doing is not uniting people. What you're doing is just dividing people further and further. You can condemn the act of of the people that are not taking the pandemic seriously, but you do not curse the people harm or of getting any harm, of getting any suffering. That probably not a lot of people think like that, but I think like that. All right, telling a user to kill themselves. All right, okay, this is very obviously don't do this, right? Don't do this. But a lot of people do this. But I like to emphasize, don't say things like that. Okay, modifying video game content to promote violence against a group based on a protected characteristic. Okay, this is something I do not know happens. Okay, I guess it happens. So people who play who mod their games, don't do this. All right, content glorifying specific hate crimes or mass violence acts and all the perpetrators of such acts. Glorifying. Yep. Content suggesting that a victim of a hate crime deserves to be harmed. Very obviously, nothing I need to explain. These are things that you shouldn't do. Using hateful slurs, either untargeted or directed towards another individual. We allow certain words or terms which might otherwise violate our policy to be used in an empowering way or as terms of endearment when such intent is clear. We also make exceptions for slurs in music and singing along to music, as long as the song itself is not hateful and the slurs are not combined with other discriminating or denigrating content. Yeah. So their saying is, this is a very neutral way of very neutral way of for Twitch to look at slurs, because again, I have my bias. My bias is that no matter how you use slurs, whether the intent is not negative or harmful, there are certain slurs just by using it for fun, but not for any educational purpose or satirical purposes, is harmful. As in normalizing a slur is what I'm trying to say. Using slurs as a joke or as an expression, a negative expression, is wrong, I would say. One particular type of slurs I do not condone is ableism. Is it called ableism or ableism? I've only seen the word. I've never seen the word said, pronounced or read. But yeah, the ableism, if anyone doesn't know, it's terms derogatory terms that are used against people who have mental disorders or mental illnesses, i.e. autism. People with autism. It is still quite common among the younger generation to use these slurs, use these words, these terms, which has expressed negative meanings for people, or for autistic people, right? But the thing is, I don't know. As you can see, Twitch doesn't mind as long as it's not used to in a negative manner, in a harmful manner. As long as it is, or how it says, empowering way or as terms of endearment, it's fine. And then they are also fine if it's in music and singing along with the music. Okay, as long as it's not hateful, so as combined with other discriminating or denigrating content. right? Very safe way of saying these things, because I know if Twitch completely says you can't use any slurs, there will be some sort of a repercussion for it. So if anyone is watching right now and you find this interesting, you can give it a like, subscribe if you want. But if you do have any questions, I am taking questions, whether related to this one or not. I can answer them. Anyone, anything. We have time. I'm gonna do this as long as it's gonna take. I do not have a set time to finish this thing, but I do want to do it as soon as quickly go through the entire thing as soon as possible. But I doubt it is possible. We still are like less than 1/4 of the way. But yeah, that's my take on slurs. But of course, I know there are people who use slurs that are like what Twitch has said, for empowering and for endearment. Endearment? What does endearment mean? I can't remember. I think what it means, but I'm not sure what it means. Exactly. A word for phrase of expressing love and affection. Yes. Yeah, so it's to express love of sorts. But of course, then yeah, at least I can tell from here it doesn't allow you to use it to self-deprecate, because a lot of ableism is used to like the R word is used to express yourself as being stupid or something like that, or being dumb, or being a fool, which I don't think is a really good way to say, really good word to use, because it is in a way trying to say that because of the origins of the word, the R word is used to refer to people of mental disorders, with mental illness. And by using that word, which had that negative expression, to also be used as a word to self-deprecate, to say that you suck or something like that, or you made a mistake and you felt dumb or something like that, implies that you think, or implies that the word, it's okay to think that people with mental illness or mental disorders are dumb. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to have that word, have that slur, having that word already has that negative connotation, a negative meaning, to continue to be using it in that way, even if it's not to refer even if it's not to refer people with those sort of conditions, right? You might have your reasons. You might disagree with me. It's fine, because again, we all have our own beliefs and all our perspectives. So I'm not here to convince anyone. I'm just expressing my opinion, my beliefs. And I'm not here to how to say, argue my stance. That's how I operate. All right, so entering a chat and spamming a slur. Okay, that is very obviously shouldn't be allowed. Targeting an individual with a slur based on a protected characteristics in chat. Okay, including a slur in profile content. Okay, calling another player a slur in anger while streaming. Yep, understandable, reasonable. Posting, uploading, or otherwise sharing hateful images or symbols, including symbols of established hate groups and Nazi-related imagery. Don't do any of those things. Right? This one, as you can see, this one doesn't say anything about slurs. This one is about symbols, images. So, and it doesn't say anything about intention. So we can interpret this as saying whether you doing it as a joke or anything other than up here it says for the purpose of what do you call again? There is a wait, where is that word again? I should highlight it. Oh yeah. For the purposes of satire and education. Right, as long as that for those two reasons, you can't use this. You can't show these symbols of hate groups and Nazi-related imagery. You can't use it to joke as a joke that is not for satirical or educational purposes. Then streaming with a Confederate flag in the background, giving its historic association with slavery and white supremacist groups in the US, displaying this symbol in non-educational contexts runs counter to Twitch's commitment to being a service that is inclusive and welcoming to all users. Displaying this symbol in non-educational contexts runs counter to Twitch's commitment. Yep. I think this is a recent thing, maybe not. Maybe, yeah, probably a very recent thing that they are saying it shouldn't be showing. So despite Twitch saying that any type of content is allowed, even political content, there are certain things they do not allow, like this, the Confederate flag. I don't want to get into much into US politics. I only know very, very surface value of their politics. So let's move on. Wearing a t-shirt with the arrow cross. Posting a swastika. What's an arrow cross? Again, this is for educational purposes. The Arrow Cross Party was a far-right Hungarian ultranationalist, which on the parliament name. I think this is related to the Nazi. Yeah, right. Understand. Posting a swastika or SS bolts in chat. Okay, I know. Wait, how you can post swastikas or SS bolts in chat? How is that possible? How is that possible? You can post sort of is there a standard emote for that? I don't think so. Well, in any case, apparently it's possible and you shouldn't do it. And it says speech, imagery, or emote combinations that dehumanize or perpetuate negative stereotypes in all memes. Right. So these are very obviously how do you say, shouldn't be done. Black, brown, yellow, red face. Okay. Content that perpetuates a recognized negative stereotype about a protected group as greedy or unintelligent. Okay, content that perpetuates a recognized negative stereotype about a protected group. Okay, yeah, as greedy or unintelligent. Okay, they don't specify which one. That's smart of them. Yeah, so to remind everyone, protected characteristics do not specify what ethnicity, what race, what nationality. They just say don't discriminate based on these categories. So they are not saying don't discriminate Caucasian. They don't discriminate specifically. What do you call Asian, African, all that stuff. They just say these groups, these categories. And I do not know why they have to put in as put this specifically greedy or intelligent. They could just said they could have just said negative stereotypes and be done with it. Don't have to be that specific. I guess they have to. They want to, not they have to. Content perpetuating negative association between an animal and a protected group, or comparing a protected group to animals that are perceived as inferior or unclean. Content perpetuating between an animal and a protected group. Okay. Alright, understand. Understand. Well, if anyone doesn't understand, it's just saying that you shouldn't equate people as animals. Describing people as animals, as savages. Probably like that. Then it says about content comparing a protected group to insects, pests, parasites, filth, or diseases, viruses. Obviously, content suggesting that protected groups members are subhuman, inhuman, or impure. Okay. Content insinuating that individuals with certain protected characteristics are criminals or terrorists. Alright. Referring to a protected group as property or things. Intentionally referring to someone using a pronoun or form of dress that does not correctly reflect the gender with which they identify, including repeating such addresses are being asked to stop. Right. All of this, if it's not obvious, you shouldn't be doing. Right. You shouldn't be doing it to a protected group is what this entire category is. Trying to be neutral here. What that means, what I'm trying to say is, if it's talking about an individual and you're describing that individual in such certain ways as described in here without the basis of these characteristics, it seems they are saying it's fine. But then again, that's hard to that sort of intention is very hard to prove. Like you're saying, you're calling someone names and all that, some slurs or some sort of a negative stereotypes and all that. It's you're gonna be in a hard position to justify what you said is not because of those protected characteristics. Even if, let's say, they did not specify that you can do this against individuals. People, I'm just saying this because people might think like that. Think like, as long as I'm just talking specifically a person badly in that way, it's fine. I would say try not to do that. Don't think you're smart by doing that, because you're just inviting unnecessary controversy on yourself. Oh shit. Do I have my fisherman? I have. Wait a second. After talking for about how long is it? Almost 3 hours. So it's getting sore. Imagine how I've been able to do that for 7 hours last time. Well, my throat did get sore, but we did take a break. So we can take a break in about an hour, and we'll come back. Right? But we continue right now. We'll continue. Right. So then we move on. So yeah, this thing, good thing, right? At least for now. Oh, sorry about now. If you're hearing banging noises, we're doing some bits of renovation in my house. But yeah, good thing that in as far as I can see, in my community, not a lot of people have encountered these sort of things. But I've seen people, I've heard cases like this in other social medias like Twitter. Again, Twitter is like a double-edged sword. It's good, as it is also bad. So pronouns are very important to a lot of people. I understand why it is important. Even though I'm wait a moment. All right, sorry about that. I was checking what's happening, but yeah, it's pronouns are very important. What can I say? Being for those that do not really understand this, maybe you're watching this trying to see why. Imagine I imagine if let's say you've always been referred to, you feel comfortable referred to like as a he and him, like myself. I have to go through this in its entirety again. Oh, no problem, Mataka. If you have not something you're confused, you can always ask. But yeah, if let's say I've always been referred to as a he and him, but I myself identify as straight, as cisgender, but somehow some group of people or some individual keeps on saying I'm keeps referring me as a she and a her. Now that doesn't sit well with me, right? Why is that person trying to identify me as a female, as that gender, as a she and a he, as a she and her, right? And you probably hear like lots of reasons like, but you look like a she or her. You have feminine characteristics, and that would suck, right? If when people tell you you're supposed to represent, you're supposed to identify as this gender that they think you are. It's offensive to think of it like that. It feels, you would feel offended, like you're not accepting who I am as what I want to be, as who I am, not just want to be, as who I am and how I am comfortable with, as how I feel that I am, as I am, right? So that's what's going on with a lot of things, a lot of people when they, at least in the streaming context, when they hear, especially VTubers or anyone really, when they see a person streaming, either the person has a voice that doesn't supposedly match their visual representation for that person, they assume a gender. But that's the thing. It's not. We always think that assuming genders is supposed to be fine. Assuming genders based on visual representation or audio representation. But the actual approach, the best, the right approach would be to not assume, obviously, and try to find out what they themselves, these streamers, are identified with. Normally, you can find that out in their description, and if not, most are fine with you asking what their pronouns, what the pronouns they should be referred to as. I understand this is something that people normally don't have the habit of doing, asking for pronouns, but try to make it a normal thing to do, right? Don't just assume. Try to find out yourself. If you think that asking can be offensive, can be bad, try finding out somewhere, anywhere it's possible. If you really want to, if you want to interact with a person, want to get to know a person, that's the best you can do. Either find out or ask. Don't assume. Assuming is bad. And if you try to justify your assumptions, it'll look even better, worse, because you're trying to project your personal bias, your personal assumptions, your personal beliefs onto other people, right? Because we have to reconfigure that mindset to think of be inclusive, to be open about of these things, to different possibilities, at least, right? I think that is the right thing to do, at least. But again, I think I should probably say this, is that I'm not the best person to talk about genders, sexuality, and all that. I myself trying my best to understand, trying to emphasize with all types of people, trying to understand in a deeper level, in a more depth, personal level with all these things myself. Try not to bother people with all these questions, because I know some people are not comfortable with it, or some people are still learning about themselves. So I'm the kind of guy that don't want to hurt anyone unintentionally. But yeah, that's how I deal with social interactions in this context, at least, for streaming, and for as a streamer and as a viewer, of course, yeah. The much more it's I would say equally the responsibility, thing you have to do, even if, let's say, you're a streamer and someone's chatting with you, you do not know their pronouns, always good to ask their pronouns. Don't assume, right? If you do not know, or you don't want to pry, just say their name. Right? Nothing wrong with saying their names. All right. Okay. Next would be content that expresses inferiority based on the protected characteristics, including but not limited to statements related to physical, mental, and moral deficiencies. Yep. Support for or promotion of outdated, discriminatory, genetic, or anthropological theories, including eugenics. If anyone doesn't understand this, simply enough, there are people who think that certain races or certain certain ethnicities are inferior because of genetics of DNA or all that bullshit. That a long time ago there has been a branch of scientific how do you say, scientific studies on this. People actually think that there are vast differences in terms of physical, mental, or moral deficiencies based on race and ethnicity and all that, and gender or whatever, the biological kind, or mental or physical kind. Which is not right at all. Claims of divine sanction for hostility towards a protected group. Yeah, the crusade and all that stuff when we joke about it, but when it actually happened, still happening to a much lesser extent, but still happening. Negative statements related to mental health. The characteristic is in a form of insanity. Right. Negative statements related to hygiene are all smelly. Expressions questioning a group's worth are useless. Statements suggesting inferiority of a protected group are just worse at gaming. Bad, very bad. Statements questioning the moral integrity of a protected group, including statements suggesting that the protected group are all cheaters. Content that implies that another contemporary culture is primitive. Calls for subjugation, segregation, or wait, what was that? It just went. No. Alright. Content that implies that another contemporary culture is primitive. Alright, understand. Saying someone's traditions or culture is bad or suck or inferior. Calls for subjugation, segregation, or exclusion, including political, economic, and social exclusion segregation, based on a protected characteristic, including age. We do, however, allow discussions on certain topics such as immigration policy, voting rights for non-citizens, and professional sports participation, as long as the content is not directly denigrating based on the protected characteristics. Call for subjugation. What is subjugation? The action of bringing someone or something under domination or control. Alright? So controlling someone. Segregation is separating someone. Exclusion is excluding someone. Alright, based on protected characteristics. Alright, understand. Support for denying right to political participation. Example, should not be allowed to vote. Okay, understand. Support for limiting participation in the workplace. We shouldn't hire. Understand. Calls for exclusion from public services. We shouldn't spend tax dollars educating. All these are very bad. I hope no one think this is right in any way. As we go through all these prohibited conducts, alright? Calls for exclusion from online services based on protected characteristics, including suggestions that a protected group does not belong on Twitch. Let me deal with that automated timer. I don't like it pinging, how do you say, not pinging, getting repeated like that so often, every 30 minutes. We'll do, alright. We'll do this, and we'll do this. Okay. Gonna save. Alright. I've done it. Alright. Mission calls for exclusion from online services based on protected characteristics, including suggests that protected group does not belong on Twitch. Alright. Calls for controlling or dominating a group of people, including glorifying a period because a protected group was subjugated during that time. It was the glory days of America. Content that encourages or supports the political or economic dominance of any race, ethnicity, or religious group, including support for white supremacist nationalist ideologies. This does not include support for self-determination movements. Support for the hegemony of any group based on protected characteristics. What is hegemony? Leadership or dominance. Alright. Of any group based on protected. Alright. Calls for increased fertility rates or restrict immigration to preserve the economic, political, social power of any group. Calls to increase fertility rates or restrict immigration to preserve the economic, political, social group of any group. This one, yeah, I understand why it's not allowed. But you know, even though it's not allowed, I'm just saying that in the real world, this is happening, especially in Malaysia. In terms of talking a bit about Malaysian politics, a lot of our laws and our political campaigns or political agendas, ideologies are based on race. Very weird, right? Based on race and or religion. Why is that a thing in Malaysia? Very complicated. But suffice to say that it's because of I would say mostly because of corruption and race superiority. Those two things. Why there are race politics in the game in Malaysia. But yeah, it's something that is still persists in Malaysia for more than 60 years, and it has not lessened really. If anything, it's somewhat worse in certain economic aspects and other what do you say, social aspects? Yeah, social and economic aspects. But yeah, just mentioning that even though we want to not have this sort of a thing happen, but it still happens. Right, then we have expressions of contempt, hatred or disgust based on protected characteristics. I think this is very obvious. It's a very simple thing. Same as that, a protected group should not exist. Dismissing an entire group. I don't like protected characteristic is repulsive or disgusting or cause sickness. Does make me want to vomit. Alright, obvious. Mocking the event victims or denying the occurrence of well-documented hate crimes or denying the existence of documented acts of mass murder, genocide against a protected group. Drawing a cartoon mocking the victim of a hate crime. Denial of the existence of a genocide, including a Holocaust. Suggesting a documented act of mass murder motivated by protected characteristics was a hoax. A lot of these are overlapping with misinformation. Right. Misinformation is rampant in the internet, in a lot of social platforms. Then we have content that makes unfounded claims assigning blame to a protected group, or that otherwise intends to incite fear about a protected group as it relates to health and safety. Conspiracy theories that individuals or groups are evil, corrupt, or malicious based on a protected characteristics. Claims that a protected group created or is intentionally spreading a disease. Yeah, this is very common. This is a very common claim against homosexuals and transsexuals that are attracted to the same gender, especially in Malaysia. I've seen this claim come and go about AIDS and all that stuff are easily spread. But yeah, I'm just trying to enlighten you what's happening in Malaysia, and this is common thing, and I understand why they put this here. Probably it's the same everywhere else with people that are discriminatory, but yeah. Statements suggesting that a protected characteristics makes an individual more likely to be a criminal and or terrorist. Malaysia, same thing happens. Talking about certain races and all that. Encouraging the use of a gender endorsing sexual orientation conversion therapy. Bad. Sexual orientation conversion therapy. Let me just go through this. Yeah. So this is basically saying there are people who think there are treatments that can change a person's sexuality or gender identification or anything like in relation to that through very invasive means or very mentally invasive, physically or mentally invasive means. None of that works, and all of that is bullshit. I won't say, I don't want to get too deeply into this. It's just that there's no scientific basis on those claims, on these treatments. And doing all this is really, it's harmful. And I would say another reason would be there is no need to do this sort of treatment as well in the first place. If the person is fine, it's not harming anyone, right? Then membership, support or promotion of a hate group, including sharing hate group propaganda materials. Yep. Creating accounts dedicated to hate, such as through abusive usernames. In addition to be educational and satiric, exceptions call out above. Exceptions to these standards are made when sharing content from rated movies, TV, or developer-generated content in non-prohibited video games in a way that is not directly discriminating or denigrating. Security decisions are made when sharing content. Right. We do not make our list of slurs public so as to not enable or facilitate evasion of this policy. Further, we take context into account when evaluating whether use of a slur violates our policies. Right. This is something I obviously take seriously. I've a little bit about me. I used to be a guild leader, for a gacha game called Epic 7. The not voluntary, but then somewhat still voluntary. But to make a long story short, a lot of members are not caring of slurs, and they find all sorts of ways to bypass it. People are like that. I do not know why. They think their expression of their freedom of expression trumps their consequences, the repercussions of using those words, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate in the sense that is being empathetic that such of a hassle? Being kind, being mindful, being considerate is so troublesome to people that it affects, they feel offended that their freedom of expression has been restricted. Yeah, that's something I can never understand. I mean, the only thing I cannot acknowledge is that there are people that exist like that. That there are people who are insist of having their needs and desires as a priority, put forth as a priority first, even if that situation does not require it. Same goes for people who insist that to be discriminatory against the LGBTQIA plus community, whether because of a religion or for tradition or for culture. Right, moving on. Sexual harassment. Alright, we are about almost halfway through, so we're good. I think it's gonna be another 6 hour or 7 hour stream, so take note of that. But then again, I will always recap. I'll recap after the break what I have talked about, and then we'll go back to where we stopped, like our last stream. So no need to worry if you have not seen have not watched the entire stream. I can take questions. I can take questions. I will remind. I will do another summary at the end of the stream again, and try to repeat whatever I've said to educate everyone as much as possible. Whoever comes in the stream, I understand not everyone is able to watch the entire thing. No one has that time to do. Everyone has their own prioritize things to focus. So just saying that if you do have something specific you want to know, want to talk about, let me know. Right. Sexual harassment makes users feel uncomfortable, unsafe, deters them from participating in online communities. Very true. This abuse can take the form of unwelcome sexual advances and solicitations, sexual objectification, or degrading attacks relating to a person's perceived sexual practices, regardless to their gender. Right. So, without going into this too much, we all know that streams in Twitch has a lot of a lewd content, so to speak. Not exactly sexually explicit content, but things that are of that nature. But all these streamers, they are not doing anything wrong, as long as they are as long as their content is in accordance to community guidelines, terms of service. They are not doing anything wrong. They are not doing any harm to anyone. That's my stance. But it doesn't mean whatever their content is should implies a permission for you to make unconsented sexual approaches to these people unless they have consented to it, expressly consented to it, right? Whether it's in the stream or outside the stream. So what I'm trying to say is, do not shame this type of content creators. They are doing what they are passionate about, what they like, what they are interested, what they find comfortable doing, and doing all these things does not mean you can shame them, degrade them, objectify them, all that, right? All these things, even though right now, me and you, the viewers, we have a sort of certain relationship together, doesn't mean that you're allowed to do anything you like, because we live in a society. Okay, always making that we live in a society, that joke. But in any case, we still have a certain space. All the content creators, streamers still have a certain space, still have a certain limit that you have to abide with, and we still have a boundary that you shouldn't cross, right? Even for this type of for anyone really, whether they are doing those type of content or not doing those type of content. Interactions with you and me should be consented. You shouldn't assume that we are okay with anything. We are okay with certain acts, and in this context, sexually implied acts or sensual implied context, right? So as we move on, what are examples? Following categories of behaviors considered to be sexually harassing: making unsolicited sexual advances towards another person, requesting sexual favors from another user, whispering another user and immediately asking them for sexual favors, asking for a broadcaster to expose themselves or send new images, making unsolicited objectifying statements relating to the sexual body parts or practices of another person, making sexually focused statements about another person's breasts, buttocks, or genitals, sending hit and run style whispers to other users, honor statements without a pre-established mutual history, making graphic comments about their sexual body parts, commenting on another person's perceived sexual prowess or lack thereof, making repeated comments related to another person's perceived attractiveness after the target makes it clear to you that the behavior is unwanted, whispering another user with compliments about their appearance after being asked to stop, sending chat messages to another person calling them sexy after previously being timed out for similar behavior, making unsolicited statements in reference to performing graphic sexual acts on another person, whispering another users and asking them to perform graphic sex acts, discussing a desire to perform graphic sex acts on a public figure. Wow, people do a lot of different sexual types of harassments, making derogatory statements about another person's perceived sexual practices or sexual morality. Yep, shaming them, alleging that a person is sexually immoral due to their attire or physical appearance, stating that a person's attire reflects negatively all their sexual practices, suggesting that a person's channel is only popular or has not been banned due to sexual favors. Suggesting that a person's channel is only popular or has not been banned due to sexual favors. repeatedly repeatedly negatively targeting another person with sexually focused terms such as whore or virgin. Making degrading statements about a person's sexual health. Degrading another person by accusing them of having contracted a sexually transmitted infection. Making claims that another person likely has a sexually transmitted infection due to their sexual practices. Yep. These are all bad. These are all things I have heard of. Things that you shouldn't do as a streamer or as a viewer. Alright? Attempting to coerce others into providing sexual content or favors through threats, bribes, or other inducement. Offering to promote a user channel in exchange for sexual acts. Threatening to retribution against another person if they do not share sexual images or videos. A lot of these things are actually illegal as well, or criminal in nature. Sharing unwanted or unsolicited links to nude or sexually provocative images or videos. I'm not going to specify which one is illegal or not because different countries have different interpretations of it. US has different criminal offenses, but all this should tick a lot of those different types of offenses, criminal offenses. Sending unsolicited nude pictures or videos to another person, directing others to sexually explicit content, sharing or threatening to share private sexually suggestive or explicit content without permission of the person depicted, offering revenge porn of another person, sharing leaked nude images of another person without consent. Yeah, all these are bad. All these are bad. Right. Sexual harassment is never acceptable on Twitch, regardless of whether these comments are directed towards others on or off our services. When applicable, we will take indications, timeouts, channel bans, user reports from the individuals targeted by this behavior into account to help us understand when advances and other statements related to appearance are unwanted, even if they are not clearly derogatory. Right. So all this behavior in terms of sexual harassment should not be done on of our services. So the community guidelines here, at least for this category, covers both online and offline acts. So no doing this on Twitter. If you're doing this on Twitter, you're doing this on Facebook or anywhere else, TikTok or whatever social media platform you are in, you are violating community guidelines, right? And if you are violating community guidelines and you're found out to be doing so outside, they can do it. Okay, streamers or viewers alike actions can be taken against you. Right. So I shouldn't really explain all this, at least for this category. There's not much to talk about other than what I've been said. All these things are self-explanatory. Don't do any of these things that are don't even think about even if, let's say, someone has consented on doing this or is okay with you talking about these things, just don't do it. Right? It's better to be safe than sorry. Better to be safe than be banned or worse. Okay, same goes for everything, really. Right? Don't try to be edgy, talk about controversial things when it's not needed. And yeah, you'll be safe. Be a good person, not be a controversial person. Be kind, be empathetic, be thoughtful, be considerate. Right? Try not to be too selfish about your own needs. Put other people's needs over your needs. really. I feel like the community guidelines is like it's a way for you to understand what is morally right, morally wrong. Not really about the things about legal in the aspects of legality, really, because community guidelines in a sense is like their policy. What things that doesn't necessarily have to be unlawful, doesn't have to be illegal. It's things that what on a neutral stance, what a society should be like in order to coexist peacefully and happily and as well as comfortably. Right? So I think this is the last category. Oh no, yeah, the last category inside this hateful conduct and harassment. Right. So once we talk about this, I think we can take a break, and then we'll move on to the rest. We shouldn't be too long now. All right. All right. Harassment. Harassment deters the growth of vibrant and diverse communities, prevents people from feeling safe on Twitch, and creates a gateway for more severe forms of harm and abuse. Right. Goes without saying. People experience harassment in different ways, including personal attacks, promotion of physical harm, and malicious brigading. The following categories of behaviors are considered to be harassment and are prohibited on Twitch: wishing harm or death on others, telling another person to severely harm or kill themselves, saying that another person deserves to contract a terminal or severe illness, glorifying, endorsing, or expressing approval of a person's past or current traumatic events, telling a victim of a violent crime or their kin that they deserve to be harmed. If based on a protected characteristic, this is evaluated under hateful conduct. Encouraging a suicidal person to kill themselves. Don't do that. Anyone that, if you're thinking about doing that, don't. Please don't. Right. These are very serious things, serious actions, serious interaction, serious things people shouldn't do at all. This how do I emphasize this very seriously? Words are very powerful. Is what I'm gonna say. Words have the power to do a lot of things. People just saying things themselves can affect someone very, very seriously, very in a real sense. It can affect people mentally. People are affected mentally by just words, right? When we talk about good things, when we compliment someone, when we encourage someone, when we give someone some sort of a speech, a hopeful speech, and inspiring speech, it gives them a good feeling, right? Well, so does the opposite happens as well. When you are saying negative things, when you're saying harmful things, even if it's not if you're not physically touching them, you're not physically doing anything to them, but it affects the mind. The mind is very sensitive, a very influence, can be very easily influenced, the mind. into sending them into a state, into a condition. So I do not how to trying to emphasize this as important as possible is that by just affecting their mental health like that, you inevitably would affect their physical health as well, because mental and physical are intertwined with each other, right? Someone could be very healthy, but if their mindset, if their mental health is very bad, it affects their physical health as well, right? Affects them from recovering from certain illnesses, actual physical illnesses, or recovering from some sort of a physical injury, anything. All even if, let's say, it's not, it directly affects it, maybe their mental health, their behavior, their daily behavior, their habits, what they do normally are affected by their mental health. If they are having a bad day, they might stop doing certain things that are important to their nutrition, to their stamina, to their to their interest in taking some sort of food, some sort of medicine, or taking exercise, doing exercise, all that. And inevitably, if they don't do all those things, they will affect their physical health, right? So of course, I might be preaching to the choir, so to speak, but it's good to think of these things deeply, consider them deeply, be reminded of it, that people, we should be thoughtful like that. We should be thinking deep, in depth, critically, and so these sort of things shouldn't be taken lightly, right? That's why I'm saying, whatever you say in the internet, it has an effect. It has power. All right. All right. Let's continue. Right. So, making implied physical threats to others. Note that explicit threats of violence are handled under our violence and threats policy. Targeting others with repeated or severe personal attacks. Repeatedly sending personal insults to a broadcaster after being timed out in the channel. Browsing other broadcasters' channels on streams and directing insults towards them related to their intelligence or appearance. Sharing negative, doctored, or artistic content. Negative, doctored, or artistic content to abuse or degrade another person. Oh, okay. These are examples, all right, of what this is talking about. The above is talking. Creating deep fake videos to insult or abuse another person. Drawing images of another person or for the purposes of mocking or attacking that person. Am I right? Inciting viewers to target another person with abuse, regardless of whether the targets are on or off Twitch. Organizing or participating in hostile raiding. Yeah, this is what I was referring to. Hostile raiding. Apparently people do that. Directly opening a user channel or stream and directing personal attacks towards them. Again, I do not know why this happens. If, let's say, I feel like even if it happens once, that person should be immediately banned, right? Or suspended. Anyways, moving on. Making malicious contact towards legitimate business or private persons. calling customer support lines repeatedly and hanging up, or calling restaurants and placing fake orders. Okay, I guess. Okay, broadcasting on the intrusion of private video conference calls. Apparently, people do. I guess. Is it a thing? I know it. There are people who do pranks, prank content, but I did not know they do it live. Normally, it would be on YouTube videos, and on YouTube videos, those prank videos, it's questionable whether they are legit pranking someone or not. A lot of times, you hear that they are staged. Prank videos are staged. So, but apparently, this happens, and Twitch has to spell it out for people not to do it. Okay. Deliberate, non-consensual in-game stream sniping, including using another person's stream to gain a competitive advantage in a multiplayer game and disrupt their broadcast. Oh, this is something I did not know. Stream games, I guess screen sniping, they are calling it stream sniping, is a thing that you are prohibited from doing. I previously thought this was not something that they explicitly prohibited, but apparently they do prohibit. Okay, interesting to know. Then we have stalking or ignoring another person's established personal physical boundaries. All right, simple enough. Broadcasting another person who has denied consent. Wait, broadcasting another person who has denied consent. Broadcasting in a condition where recording is prohibited. All right, this is very fascinating in a sense. So what this says about is that you cannot stream something that someone did not allow, right? I'm not sure if this is probably related to the above, right? Stalking or ignoring persons, especially physical boundaries. I would say, yeah, this is more towards people who stream vlogs, I guess, traveling vlogs, or when they are streaming in restaurants or something like that. I know for a fact that some certain restaurants or certain cafes or stores do not allow recording of any kind. They will tell you they can't do it. If they do do that, you can't do anything about it, because those are still private. They are still considered private properties, and they are allowed to do restrict actions done in their private properties. All right, whether you're not whether you are a customer or not. Okay. I almost thought this was about streaming someone else while they are streaming, but it can be somewhat like that, can be interpreted like that, but this is a physical sense, so I wouldn't stretch it too far. But then on that, talking about that, streaming someone else's content, I think that is much more about copyright infringement. It wouldn't be under here. It will be more towards copyright infringement. Creating accounts dedicated to harassment or hate, such as through abusive usernames. Alright, simple enough. It should be simple. I don't think I have to explain this. Alright, should be simple. Well, if I have to, I will just give an example by just using my name. Don't create an account that says like Jake like sucks, or Jake like is dumb, or Jake like dumb, or Jake like is not Phoenix right, or something stupid like that. But yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Then we have. Oh yeah. Then this is actually I saw this a VTuber talking about this. An acquaintance of mine. She shout out to her. I'll just give a link to her channel. She talked about this quite extensively. Not sure if she is here, but if she is here, can say hello, but probably not. Link is here. Mia Meals. Oh bloody hell! What am I showing? All right. Okay. Blood. I should close this, right? Okay, nobody is telling me that. It's probably an indication of something else, but we'll talk about that. Let's see how I can close this up first. Right, okay. Bloody hell, my mouth's not moving. God damn it, my mouth's not moving all this time for about 3-4 hours now. But in any case, oh wait, 3 hours, right? Yeah, 3 hours. But in any case, god damn it. Mia Meals. She's a VTuber that I know. I watched recently one of her. She talked about harassment. Actually, she talked about harassment. She, as I recall, it was about some sort of a user, a viewer, was pretending that she hacked, pretending to be her, and she was this person that is impersonating her is going to another person's stream and harassing someone else, her saying mean things to that person. How that person did was literally writing the Mia's names almost exactly like hers, except changing for an alphabet. Where we normally people would not know if they actually try to figure it out. Someone used her name. Her name contains L. But as you all know, L and I, the capital I, looks the same as the lowercase L. So they were having that exact name, impersonating her, pretending to have hacked her account and saying all sorts of mean things. That happens. It happens. As there's a person, I have a personal, well, not really a personal experience. I have a personal account of a VTuber I know that it happened, creating accounts dedicated to harass or hate, such as through abusive usernames. But I think luckily that account was banned after causing so much mental distress to so many people. But yeah, it happens, right? In any case, let's end this category. Whatever it says, these prohibited behaviors constitute the foundational standards of interactions on Twitch, and engaging in any of the practices outlined above will result in enforcement action taken against the relevant accounts. Although harassment is never allowed on Twitch, we want to enable users to express themselves naturally with their friends and communities without fear that these interactions could be misidentified as harassment. In order to understand the context of incidents that appear unclear and viewed in isolation, we may require that individuals who feel targeted by abuse indicate that these actions were not consensual banter before we will intervene, for example through the user reporting feature or through moderation action on the individual's channel. Right. Yeah, a lot of things. Harassments could be banter, there could be banter through long time, through between the streamers and the viewers, or the viewers between viewers. We would not know unless we understand the context, right? So there is always that exception. If we do not have that exception, it will be very difficult to say anything without being considered being harassing, being hateful, being offensive, right? So, although we want to express international with their friends and communities, we are fear that this interaction. Yep. So there are things like if let's say we have known each other for a long time between my viewers, maybe like Dr. Marmot, I always talk bad about him, like always scaring me, all that, or Isaac, if Isaac is here. But it's just normal banter. It's something I find I'm comfortable with, right? Nothing bad with that. But if let's say people I've never known suddenly come in and started spewing hate, spewing insults at me, it's an immediate ban. I do not know you, don't do that immediately. Alright. I'll take that as you're here not to enjoy my entertainment, not to enjoy my content, and you're out. Alright. Okay, in that case, I think we have finished all these 3 categories. Now there is of how do you say? These are certain things we can go through as well. There are certain small things that Twitch wants to talk about, but we'll do that after a break. All right. Thank you so much for watching. If you're staying here, hope you are taking a break as well. Go to toilet. I just returned from Punyo. I just returned from breakfast but was listening since the harassment section. What is the Twitch link for? Oh yeah, I can quickly remind you of that. Mia Mills is one of the acquaintances of mine. I've recently followed her, and in her stream she was impersonated. Thank you for the live seminar. I didn't hear everything, sadly. No problem, Punyo. I will recap again after the break. And if you have any questions, leave it over here as well. I will go through it. Mia was impersonated by someone, and it wasn't her being impersonated in her own stream. It was someone was impersonating. They were impersonating and chatting in a different stream, which that person was equated with Mia as well. And that impersonator was saying a lot of bad things. I'm not sure what, because there's no I did not see. It was just an account, a personal account, a statement from her, a retelling of that incident. But as far as I can tell, that user was from just looking at it, it was almost the same name as hers, with just a single alphabet that is different. The L was replaced an I, capital I. I imagine that's very reportable. Yes, it's very reportable. You can ban that person, report it. Twitch should take actions against it, but we do not know if that person went to other streams and impersonated her. But as far as you know, it should be, or that user should have been taken care of by Twitch, probably. But yeah, people have done that, and it's against community guidelines to do that. Of course, very obvious, and people shouldn't make their usernames based off of existing accounts, existing users, as a way to harass them, right? A way to impersonate. There is a category for impersonation as well for community guidelines. So even if your intention is not to be harmful, or intention is not negative in impersonating someone, you can't do it. We probably don't quote me on that. We have to go through that category as well. Maybe I'll just pass through it, and then I'll give you my conclusion on that. But yeah, don't impersonate anyone for whatever reason, just to be safe. All right. Okay. So in any case, we'll be taking a break now. All right. So thank you all who are come by. I'll continue after the break. Maybe I'll take a 30 minutes. I'll try to take a short break as much as possible. But we'll come back. And in the meantime, thanks for hydrate. I will hydrate in a sec. In the meantime, we'll put you on BRB, and I think I will put you on one of the videos. Let me check. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. Let's all step back from employment laws a bit, because it's getting a little spicy over there. And let's all talk about something more complicated on the side to soothe our emotions. Intellectual property laws. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. Alright, for real this time. This episode is going to be more chill and won't contain a lot of legal technicalities. Comparatively, today I will be teaching about social etiquette in the context of collaborating with people to do something big, and why sometimes it's a good idea to formally put it in writing, as we are making a legal contractual agreement between parties. It's actually a practice that's been deeply looked into and continue to be refined by a huge gaming community that's been around for decades. Tabletop RPG players, which I'm proud to be a part of in my recent years. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if people stop letting you into stores or invite you back for gaming sessions again. Without delaying further, let's get on with the basics. So what are these less legally defined terms mean when people use them? Well, when we are socializing with other people, there are implied rules or manners that we are supposed to follow so as to not harm each other through physical or verbal interactions. For example, Jackie and Timmy is playing a game of chess. Timmy gets frustrated after Jackie gets a checkmate on him. Instead of congratulating Jackie, Timmy throws the chess pieces into Jackie's. Hello, Jake Like here, gaming lawyer at your service. So far, I've been giving you legal knowledge to protect yourself in specific circumstances. Today, I will be teaching a skill which all law students are taught, and likely the most important thing they need to have throughout their studies as well as when they start practicing: critical thinking. I'm certain most other fields that are technical or scientifically based would have students learn it as part of their syllabus due to the nature of their subject. So if some of you already are critical thinkers, maybe just treat it as a refresher. But for those that don't know what skill this is, I'm going to tell you how you can apply this skill in almost any part of your life. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you start to question what's right and what's wrong in your life. Without delaying further, let's get on with the basics. So what is critical thinking? To put it as simply as possible, and towards my own understanding, it is a type of mental approach to something by a person that wants to understand about as well as finding solutions or drawing conclusions. And the approach must be critical, which means the person needs to be at a state of neutral, rational, logical, and skeptical. So the thinking in this context would be making all sorts of critical thought process for that, like observing, questioning, calculating, researching, and analyzing. In short, with critical thinking, we are supposed to make well thought out conclusions or solutions to any matter in life that is only supported by scientific facts and unbiased perspectives. But maybe you will understand better if I show you how it is applied in the context of legal matters. We all know that law is not an easy subject to decipher. So many different sources, different interpretations, and different opinions exist. But with critical thinking, we should be able to pinpoint what laws and facts are favorable to us and find the most efficient way to reach that goal. For instance, when lawyers are approached by clients with problems, most of the time they give us vague ideas of what the problem is and what they want to be solved. Normally, we just have to examine and consider the following: who our client is and how are they connected to the problematic event. What is our client suggesting us to do? what laws are applicable and other remedies that our client has yet to think of, possibility of winning the case and how much could it cost for the client. But with critical thinking, we are able to contemplate nuances in a case. For instance, who are the people that the client is being sued or suing against? Are there more peaceful and quicker solutions outside of legal procedures? How much do we actually know about the client's background? Is taking the case actually good for me or the law firm's reputation? The mentioned basic thought processes isn't exhaustive, but if any competent lawyer is unable to do that, they run the risk of costing their clients a lot of money, time, or even their life. And from my personal standpoint, critical thinking is just a way for us to thoroughly and safely provide education and help for someone. Which brings us to why it's applicable not just for lawyers, but in a lot of aspects of everyone's lives as well. It's especially important in the context of educating science and medicine during this pandemic. Being able to critically consider the medical treatments and preventive measures to reduce deaths from contracting a deadly virus. For example, instead of waiting for people you trust to give you the answers, you can take the initiative and see how scientists and doctors from multiple reputable institutes explain how vaccines work, and look through peer-reviewed public studies of their effectiveness against the virus. Another aspect which such thinking may be useful is in the macro scale of social beliefs in our world. Politics, religions, and cultures are mostly taught from a very biased perspective and will, to some extent, harm those that are unable or do not want to accept those teachings. Just to preface this, before anyone gets jumpy, this isn't about saying what beliefs are wrong or correct, but to allow yourself a different approach to understand those beliefs, whether it is one that you have or have not supported. On the contrary, being critical may actually help you increase your confidence in what you believe, since you would be actively aware of the truths of your faith and the effects they have to yourself and other people. Moving along to something much more personal, your relationships with people around you. And yes, critical thinking can be applied here as well. Mostly the purpose here is to maintain a harmonious bond with your family and friends, by allowing yourself to consider whether understanding and acceptance is possible. Often we argue with family and friends because we could only look from our own point of view. Critical thinking here would be more of practicing introspection and empathy. Always try to be aware of one's own strengths and faults in a relationship, but at the same time, open yourself to understand the people close to you. Their beliefs, feelings, and needs are equally as important as yours. Now, here's the interesting part. I've spoken so many good things about critical thinking. What about the cons? Well, there are some. You can always argue that everyone thinks differently and that no mindset is truly superior than the other. That being said, a critical thinker may precisely become too overly confident of themselves by believing that they are able to win arguments and debates just because of the efforts made in finding the truths, which ironically means that they no longer are critically thinking about the truth of their own flaws and strengths. There's also the problem of giving something too much thought. A simple task or issue may be overcomplicated by a critical thinker and unnecessarily waste time when there is an easy and direct approach to it. Like any mindset, it is always good to remind yourself that it doesn't have to be absolute. You do not need to be always serious and critical of everything in life. Sometimes you have to be positive and just enjoy the moment. Also, you should not expect everyone to have the highest standard of observation and problem-solving skills as you, since critical thinking is a very self-driven belief. Likewise, everyone will have varying levels in pursuing truth and objectivity. But all things considered, I can say with confidence that choosing not to critically think is considerably worse for society. I would like you to imagine if you leave the thinking to other people and just do what you are told to do, then you are at the whims of other people's beliefs, actions, and decisions. You would, unfortunately, simply not feel responsible if those things would manage to cause harm to you and to other people around, because you would believe it's not your fault in the first place. How would you know, since you never really given thought for it, right? Living a life of ignorance in your own bubble of truths is fine, can be blissful, only in a very specific circumstance. If you live an absolutely secluded life, living in a society where you are bound to interact with someone, either in real life or online, those interactions will have an effect to that someone, one way or another. Not allowing yourself for critical thoughts on those interactions could mean dire consequences. And I would like to add, in all aspects of life, giving misinformation on vaccines could cost someone's life. Cyberbullying a suicidal person could cost their life. Discriminating a group of people could cost their life. Forcing a belief on people that won't follow could cost their life. Now, since you have watched this video, I don't think it's wrong to say that. You have to critically consider your actions now, don't you? Thanks for watching. If you have your own opinions of what critical thinking is, I would like to see what you have to say down in the comments below. Or if you don't think critical thinking is important, I would appreciate seeing your answers the same. If you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. So far, I've been giving you legal knowledge to protect yourself in specific circumstances. Today, I will be teaching a skill which all law students are taught, and likely the most important thing they need to have throughout their studies as well as when they start practicing: critical thinking. I'm certain most other fields that are technical or scientifically based would have students learn it as part of their syllabus due to the nature of their subject. So if some of you already are critical thinkers, maybe just treat it as a refresher. But for those that don't know what skill this is, I'm going to tell you how you can apply this skill in almost any part of your life. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you start to question what's right and what's wrong in your life. Without delaying further, let's get on with the basics. So what is critical thinking? To put it as simply as possible, and towards my own understanding, it is a type of mental approach to something by a person that wants to understand about as well as finding solutions or drawing conclusions. And the approach must be critical, which means the person needs to be at a state of neutral, rational, logical, and skeptical. So the thinking in this context would be making all sorts of critical thought process for that, like observing, questioning, calculating, researching, and analyzing. In short, with critical thinking, we are supposed to make well thought out conclusions or solutions to any matter in life that is only supported by scientific facts and unbiased perspectives. But maybe you will understand better if I show you how it is applied in the context of legal matters. We all know that law is not an easy subject to decipher. So many different sources, different interpretations, and different opinions exist. But with critical thinking, we should be able to pinpoint what laws and facts are favorable to us and find the most efficient way to reach that goal. For instance, when lawyers are approached by clients with problems, most of the time they give us vague ideas of what the problem is and what they want to be solved. Normally, we just have to examine and consider the following: who our client is and how are they connected to the problematic event. What is our client suggesting us to do? What laws are applicable and other remedies that our client has yet to think of? Possibility of winning the case and how much could it cost for the client. But with critical thinking, we are able to contemplate nuances in a case. For instance, who are the people that the client is being sued or suing against? Are there more peaceful and quicker solutions outside of legal procedures? How much do we actually know about the client's background? Is taking the case actually good for me or the law firm's reputation? The mentioned basic thought processes isn't exhaustive, but if any competent lawyer is unable to do that, they run the risk of costing their clients a lot of money, time, or even their life. And from my personal standpoint, critical thinking is just a way for us to thoroughly and safely provide education and help for someone. Which brings us to why it's applicable not just for lawyers, but in a lot of aspects of everyone's lives as well. It's especially important in the context of educating science and medicine during this pandemic. Being able to critically consider the medical treatments and preventive measures to reduce deaths from contracting a deadly virus. For example, instead of waiting for people you trust to give you the answers, you can take the initiative and see how scientists and doctors from multiple reputable institutes explain how vaccines work, and look through peer-reviewed public studies of their effectiveness against the virus. Another aspect which such thinking may be useful is in the macro scale of social beliefs in our world. Politics, religions, and cultures are mostly taught from a very biased perspective and will, to some extent, harm those that are unable or do not want to accept those teachings. just to preface this before anyone gets jumpy, this isn't about saying what beliefs are wrong or correct, but to allow yourself a different approach to understand those beliefs, whether it is one that you have or have not supported. On the contrary, being critical may actually help you increase your confidence in what you believe, since you would be actively aware of the truths of your faith and the effects they have to yourself and other people. Moving along to something much more personal, your relationships with people around you. And yes, critical thinking can be applied here as well. Mostly the purpose here is to maintain a harmonious bond with your family and friends, by allowing yourself to consider whether understanding and acceptance is possible. Often we argue with family and friends because we could only look from our own point of view. Critical thinking here would be more of practicing introspection and empathy. Always try to be aware of one's own strengths and faults in a relationship, but at the same time, open yourself to understand the people close to you. Their beliefs, feelings, and needs are equally as important as yours. Now, here's the interesting part. I've spoken so many good things about critical thinking. What about the cons? Well, there are some. You can always argue that everyone thinks differently and that no mindset is truly superior than the other. That being said, a critical thinker may precisely become too overly confident of themselves by believing that they are able to win arguments and debates just because of the efforts made in finding the truths, which ironically means that they no longer are critically thinking about the truth of their own flaws and strengths. There's also the problem of giving something too much thought. A simple task or issue may be overcomplicated by a critical thinker and unnecessarily waste time when there is an easy and direct approach to it. Like any mindset, it is always good to remind yourself that it doesn't have to be absolute. You do not need to be always serious and critical of everything in life. Sometimes you have to be positive and just enjoy the moment. Also, you should not expect everyone to have the highest standard of observation and problem-solving skills as you, since critical thinking is a very self-driven belief. Likewise, everyone will have varying levels in pursuing truth and objectivity. But all things considered, I can say with confidence that choosing not to critically think is considerably worse for society. I would like you to imagine if you leave the thinking to other people and just do what you are told to do, then you are at the whims of other people's beliefs, actions, and decisions. You would, unfortunately, simply not feel responsible if those things would manage to cause harm to you and to other people around, because you would believe it's not your fault in the first place. How would you know, since you never really given thought for it, right? Living a life of ignorance in your own bubble of truths is fine, can be blissful, only in a very specific circumstance. If you live an absolutely secluded life, living in a society where you are bound to interact with someone, either in real life or online, those interactions will have an effect to that someone, one way or another. Not allowing yourself for critical thoughts on those interactions could mean dire consequences. And I would like to add, in all aspects of life, giving misinformation on vaccines could cost someone's life. Cyberbullying a suicidal person could cost their life. Discriminating a group of people could cost their life. Forcing a belief on people that won't follow could cost their life. Now, since you have watched this video, I don't think it's wrong to say that you have to critically consider your actions now, don't you? Thanks for watching. If you have your own opinions of what critical thinking is, I would like to see what you have to say down in the comments below. Or if you don't think critical thinking is important, I would appreciate seeing your answers the same. If you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. So far, I've been giving you legal knowledge to protect yourself in specific circumstances. Today, I will be teaching a skill which all law students are taught, and likely the most important thing they need to have throughout their studies as well as when they start practicing: critical thinking. I'm certain most other fields that are technical or scientifically based would have students learn it as part of their syllabus due to the nature of their subject. So if some of you already are critical thinkers, maybe just treat it as a refresher. But for those that don't know what skill this is, I'm going to tell you how you can apply this skill in almost any part of your life. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you start to question what's right and what's wrong in your life. Without delaying further, let's get on with the basics. So what is critical thinking? To put it as simply as possible, and towards my own understanding, it is a type of mental approach to something by a person that wants to understand about as well as finding solutions or drawing conclusions. And the approach must be critical, which means the person needs to be at a state of neutral, rational, logical, and skeptical. So the thinking in this context would be making all sorts of critical thought process for that, like observing, questioning, calculating, researching, and analyzing. In short, with critical thinking, we are supposed to make well thought out conclusions or solutions to any matter in life that is only supported by scientific facts and unbiased perspectives. But maybe you will understand better if I show you how it is applied in the context of legal matters. We all know that law is not an easy subject to decipher. So many different sources, different interpretations, and different opinions exist. But with critical thinking, we should be able to pinpoint what laws and facts are favorable to us and find the most efficient way to reach that goal. For instance, when lawyers are approached by clients with problems, most of the time they give us vague ideas of what the problem is and what they want to be solved. Normally, we just have to examine and consider the following: who our client is and how are they connected to the problematic event. What is our client suggesting us to do? What laws are applicable and other remedies that our client has yet to think of? Possibility of winning the case and how much could it cost for the client. But with critical thinking, we are able to contemplate nuances in a case. For instance, who are the people that the client is being sued or suing against? Are there more peaceful and quicker solutions outside of legal procedures? How much do we actually know about the client's background? Is taking the case actually good for me or the law firm's reputation? The mentioned basic thought processes isn't exhaustive, but if any competent lawyer is unable to do that, they run the risk of costing their clients a lot of money, time, or even their life. And from my personal standpoint, critical thinking is just a way for us to thoroughly and safely provide education and help for someone. Which brings us to why it's applicable not just for lawyers, but in a lot of aspects of everyone's lives as well. It's especially important in the context of educating science and medicine during this pandemic. Being able to critically consider the medical treatments and preventive measures to reduce deaths from contracting a deadly virus. For example, instead of waiting for people you trust to give you the answers, you can take the initiative and see how scientists and doctors from multiple reputable institutes explain how vaccines work, and look through peer-reviewed public studies of their effectiveness against the virus. Another aspect which such thinking may be useful is in the macro scale of social beliefs in our world. Politics, religions, and cultures are mostly taught from a very biased perspective and will, to some extent, harm those that are unable or do not want to accept those teachings. Just to preface this, before anyone gets jumpy, this isn't about saying what beliefs are wrong or correct, but to allow yourself a different approach to understand those beliefs, whether it is one that you have or have not supported. On the contrary, being critical may actually help you increase your confidence in what you believe, since you would be actively aware of the truths of your faith and the effects they have to yourself and other people. Moving along to something much more personal, your relationships with people around you. And yes, critical thinking can be applied here as well. Mostly the purpose here is to maintain a harmonious bond with your family and friends, by allowing yourself to consider whether understanding and acceptance is possible. Often we argue with family and friends because we could only look from our own point of view. Critical thinking here would be more of practicing introspection and empathy. Always try to be aware of one's own strengths and faults in a relationship, but at the same time, open yourself to understand the people close to you. Their beliefs, feelings, and needs are equally as important as yours. Now, here's the interesting part. I've spoken so many good things about critical thinking. What about the cons? Well, there are some. You can always argue that everyone thinks differently and that no mindset is truly superior than the other. That being said, a critical thinker may precisely become too overly confident of themselves by believing that they are able to win arguments and debates just because of the efforts made in finding the truths, which ironically means that they no longer are critically thinking about the truth of their own flaws and strengths. There's also the problem of giving something too much thought. A simple task or issue may be overcomplicated by a critical thinker and unnecessarily waste time when there is an easy and direct approach to it. Like any mindset, it is always good to remind yourself that it doesn't have to be absolute. You do not need to be always serious and critical of everything in life. Sometimes you have to be positive and just enjoy the moment. Also, you should not expect everyone to have the highest standard of observation and problem-solving skills as you. Since critical thinking is a very self-driven belief, likewise, everyone will have varying levels in pursuing truth and objectivity. But all things considered, I can say with confidence that choosing not to critically think is considerably worse for society. I would like you to imagine if you leave the thinking to other people and just do what you are told to do, then you are at the whims of other people's beliefs, actions, and decisions. You would, unfortunately, simply not feel responsible if those things would manage to cause harm to you and to other people around, because you would believe it's not your fault in the first place. How would you know, since you never really given thought for it, right? Living a life of ignorance in your own bubble of truths is fine, can be blissful, only in a very specific circumstance. If you live an absolutely secluded life, living in a society where you are bound to interact with someone, either in real life or online, those interactions will have an effect to that someone, one way or another. Not allowing yourself for critical thoughts on those interactions could mean dire consequences. And I would like to add, in all aspects of life, giving misinformation on vaccines could cost someone's life. Cyberbullying a suicidal person could cost their life. Discriminating a group of people could cost their life. Forcing a belief on people that won't follow could cost their life. Now, since you have watched this video, I don't think it's wrong to say that you have to critically consider your actions now, don't you? Thanks for watching. If you have your own opinions of what critical thinking is, I would like to see what you have to say down in the comments below. Or if you don't think critical thinking is important, I would appreciate seeing your answers the same. If you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co. Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful, but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. So far, I've been giving you legal knowledge to protect yourself in specific circumstances. Today, I will be teaching a skill which all law students are taught, and likely the most important thing they need to have throughout their studies as well as when they start practicing: critical thinking. I'm certain most other fields that are technical or scientifically based would have students learn it as part of their syllabus due to the nature of their subject. So if some of you already are critical thinkers, maybe just treat it as a refresher. But for those that don't know what skill this is, I'm going to tell you how you can apply this skill in almost any part of your life. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you start to question what's right and what's wrong in your life. Without delaying further, let's get on with the basics. So what is critical thinking? To put it as simply as possible, and towards my own understanding, it is a type of mental approach to something by a person that wants to understand about as well as finding solutions or drawing conclusions. And the approach must be critical, which means the person needs to be at a state of neutral, rational, logical, and skeptical. So the thinking in this context would be making all sorts of critical thought process for that, like observing, questioning, calculating, researching, and analyzing. In short, with critical thinking, we are supposed to make well thought out conclusions or solutions to any matter in life that is only supported by scientific facts and unbiased perspectives. But maybe you will understand better if I show you how it is applied in the context of legal matters. We all know that law is not an easy subject to decipher. So many different sources, different interpretations, and different opinions exist. But with critical thinking, we should be able to pinpoint what laws and facts are favorable to us and find the most efficient way to reach that goal. For instance, when lawyers are approached by clients with problems, most of the time they give us vague ideas of what the problem is and what they want to be solved. Normally, we just have to examine and consider the following: who our client is and how are they connected to the problematic event. What is our client suggesting us to do? What laws are applicable and other remedies that our client has yet to think of. Possibility of winning the case and how much could it cost for the client. But with critical thinking, we are able to contemplate nuances in a case. For instance, who are the people that the client is being sued or suing against? Are there more peaceful and quicker solutions outside of legal procedures? How much do we actually know about the client's background? Is taking the case actually good for me or the law firm's reputation? The mentioned basic thought processes isn't exhaustive, but if any competent lawyer is unable to do that, they run the risk of costing their clients a lot of money, time, or even their life. And from my personal standpoint, critical thinking is just a way for us to thoroughly and safely provide education and help for someone. Which brings us to why it's applicable not just for lawyers, but in a lot of aspects of everyone's lives as well. It's especially important in the context of educating science and medicine during this pandemic. Being able to critically consider the medical treatments and preventive measures to reduce deaths from contracting a deadly virus. For example, instead of waiting for people you trust to give you the answers, you can take the initiative and see how scientists and doctors from multiple reputable institutes explain how vaccines work, and look through peer-reviewed public studies of their effectiveness against the virus. Another aspect which such thinking may be useful is in the macro scale of social beliefs in our world. Politics, religions, and cultures are mostly taught from a very biased perspective and will, to some extent, harm those that are unable or do not want to accept those teachings. Just to preface this, before anyone gets jumpy, this isn't about saying what beliefs are wrong or correct, but to allow yourself a different approach to understand those beliefs, whether it is one that you have or have not supported. On the contrary, being critical may actually help you increase your confidence in what you believe, since you would be actively aware of the truths of your faith and the effects they have to yourself and other people. Moving along to something much more personal, your relationships with people around you. And yes, critical thinking can be applied here as well. Mostly the purpose here is to maintain a harmonious bond with your family and friends, by allowing yourself to consider whether understanding and acceptance is possible. Often we argue with family and friends because we could only look from our own point of view. Critical thinking here would be more of practicing introspection and empathy. Always try to be aware of one's own strengths and faults in a relationship, but at the same time, open yourself to understand the people close to you. Their beliefs, feelings, and needs are equally as important as yours. Now, here's the interesting part. I've spoken so many good things about critical thinking. What about the cons? Well, there are some. Alright, I am back. I saw there was some chatting. Okay. Okay. Hey, Pungyo here. I had a good lunch and Saint Sina was here. Okay. Ooh, but not now gone. Oh, you were talking about my critical videos. Yeah, it would be a lot better if everyone had some sort of critical thinking, but certain aspects of our lives, certain things in our lives train us not to be critical, So it's not something every school, every education system actually talks about or teach about. Yes, it's on my YouTube channel. It's my let me share it over here. It's actually a response in to the Ukraine war, actually. Ukraine-Russian war. But also touches on other things. Right, music on. Hands are still working. All right. We'll continue in a bit. Let me check if there's any questions anyone has asked. Yep, I think we're fine. Let's continue then. So to recap this entire thing. So I had chicken rice. Really nice chicken rice. In any case, let's continue. So we talked earlier this morning, about 3 hours ago. I talked about the community guidelines. Right, showing, it's showing. And how it is as important as the terms of service, because both this document, the terms of service and the community guidelines, refers to each other over here. They are to be read in conjunction and to be complied in conjunction together. So all this community guidelines in here should be considered legally binding, as if it was a contract, legal contract, a legal agreement between you and the Twitch. And when I mean you, I mean everyone. Wait, let me look at messages. All right. So that's why community guidelines is not just a simple document where Twitch tells you what you can do and cannot do in a more casual manner. No, community guidelines are as important as terms of service and should be taken into serious consideration what it says in it. Else you will be actions will be taken against you, so to speak. As you can see over here, warnings, suspensions, right? But warnings and suspensions are the only things how do you say, on the first violations or first encounter of the community guidelines. There are other things Twitch can do, which I won't really mention, but yeah, legal things they can do, legal actions. But other than that, we went on to talk about specifically just hateful conduct and harassment, because this month is Pride Month. We need to be aware of what we say, what we do, so that we do not unnecessarily harm people, not just offend them. Because things we say can be just offensive, yes, but we can also be, there are things that we can say can be offensive as well as harmful. Just notice my goddamn app, it's not connecting. Phone Twitch app has to always restart if something happens. Right now I can see chat. And we should be mindful of what we say, how we behave in the internet, or at least in Twitch specifically here, as Twitch does not tolerate all this behavior, all these acts. So we talked about what sort of things are considered hateful conduct and harassment. So they specifically say these sort of actions that are any content, any activity that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration meaning to negatively criticize something, harassment or violence based on the following protected characteristics. And they have a lot of characteristics. It's race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status, right? All these are considered protected characteristics, and any sort of discrimination or any sort of harassment, all these mentioned behaviors are not allowed. They are forbidden, they are prohibited. They also provide certain protections for age. Well, as far as we know, Twitch is should be only used for people that are older than 13 years old. So I'm guessing they are talking about that, or they are referring to when people are behaving, or when people are talking about certain subjects or certain topics or discussions, and it involves minors. Yes, this should be covering it as well. In any case, then we highlighted this. It says offer every user equal protections under this policy. But let's say what they're saying here, of course, is that all these rules apply to everyone equally, right? Regardless of whether they are protected or not protected. But then I emphasize, or I highlighted that over here, whatever Twitch needs to take, whatever actions that Twitch needs to take, they still need to consider a few things as a company, right? They need to consider the intent, the context, and the potential harm to the community, and their legal obligations and others. So they put others, and you say they don't want to limit themselves on these things for as consideration. There could be something else we do not know, right? Which I have mentioned. It could be that Twitch is a company. They have to still consider things as a company, which is profit, reputation, and quality of service, all that stuff, right? So in the end, it is up to Twitch to enforce all this after all this consideration, whether or not they have done any of this, whether or not the users of Twitch have done all these acts, right? I've talked about, I give you an example of why there will be some sort of differences in enforcement is dependent on who is the streamer, who is the violator. If the violator is a top streamer who's providing Twitch immense amount of money, immense amount of revenue, they would not really take a very serious action before they consider all the things that I've mentioned, right? They might end up not getting any punishment per se, or actions taken against them. So in broad strokes, I talk about this category over here on the main page, and because they have a separate document to emphasize, detail everything that is considered hateful conduct and harassment as much as they can, which is this over here, hateful conduct and harassment. All right, it's a long document, but we managed to go through the entirety of it, at least the main categories, and we have a few things left just to see what they are talking about. All right, of course, we've started with their opening statements as well over here. Well, I say it's opening statements, more like a introduction to the category, say a few they repeated a few things as I said before. And then they mention when is actually hateful conduct and harassment acceptable in general. And I highlighted here, they say only this sort of behavior is discussed or talked about for the purposes of satire or education. And they talk satirical content means to use elements of irony, exaggeration, or ridicule to expose and critique abusive behaviors, i.e., these hateful conduct and harassments. Right? They are not used to as guides. Satire and education is not used as an excuse to use this hateful conduct and harassment if they find out that you're just pretending to educate people rather than you are actually using it for malicious or harmful intentions. So be wary of that. If let's say if you're streaming, if you're chatting with someone, be wary of talking about these certain things. Even if let's say you allow them, you have to be careful if talking about this certain topics. And that's why I understand most streamers do not want to dance around fire, so to speak. Dance around the fire, open fire, or what? However the phrase is being, how you put it. But yeah, only talk about these things when you can, when you're in a environment, I would say, that is not light, that is not how to say, just chilling, all that. You have to mold your environment, your situation, your stream to a presence that whatever you're saying is serious and is for education, or you have to present all these things, all these discussions in a manner that you are not encouraging hateful conduct or harassment, right? But yeah, this is something I would like say, even let's say talking about this topic over here is actually, you have to be very careful. You have to be serious about it. You can't make light of you can't make a joke here and then dismiss it or something like that. Always take note of what you say. So I'm gonna say. So then it says, I mentioned something about highlights here. Even though these community guidelines are applied in Twitch, wherever Twitch is, it is also you yourself as the streamer can make up your own rules as well, right? More stricter rules, as it says, more stringent guidelines in relation to this category, right? But you yourself have to enforce them. So it's not the Twitch responsibility to do any of your personal rules you provided in stream. Like myself, I provided a rule not to advertise in my streams of whatever you are doing, right? Because I have done that. I've seen people done that. Most likely a bot or a scammer or something like that. But it's possible. People have done that. So you can put up rules. There's no problem with that. All streamers are doing it, and it makes a safer community, safer stream, more comfortable stream. I encourage everyone to make some sort of a rules for their stream. Oh yeah, it's been hard for me to handle if an actual other streamer does self-promote. Well, that's up to you. Your discretion, how you want to deal with actual streamers that you probably know. This is a apologize to the friend that personally apologize to the friend that person advertised to. Oh, that's bad. But yeah. I would say it's not their intention to disrupt a stream by advertising themselves. They are sometimes you can think on their side as well, right? Sometimes people are overexcited, they are over eager, over passionate about what they do, and they forget they are a streamer as well. They are a content creator as well, and they talk about their the stuff that they do, the game that they play on stream in unintentionally. Because I can understand, because I do this full time, right? I do content creation full time now, so it's hard for me to talk anything other than my own stuff, because content creation is like my life right now. I'm doing this full time, so a lot of things I do on a daily basis is this, or behind the scenes is this as well, editing, drawing, making videos, all that. So it's hard for streamers, for content creators, not to divulge this sort of information, which can be interpreted as self-promotion. Of course, he's a new streamer, so I didn't say anything on stream myself, but spoke with both parties privately afterwards. He actually said something similar: please check my stream too, I'm streaming right now. I don't mind personally if they direct it to me, but it was directed to a friend. Ah, I see. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. Unless that particular streamer or whoever streamer are fine with people with advertising, but I think most are not okay with it unless they've explicitly given consent. I have a few acquaintances, a few friends who are okay with me saying stuff that I do on my stream, on my channel or YouTube channel, or wherever I create my content. So important thing is getting consent, permission to say those things. But yeah, I implement that rule because of scammers, not really because of people accidentally advertise themselves. If they do, I would just tell them don't do it a second time. But if it's scammers like those, their purpose here at the stream is not to watch your content. That's important. Those people are the ones that you don't want to be in the chat. Those are the ones that you need to remove them. They are not here because they are supporting you. They are just pretending to support you. Literally, someone was, when I was streaming quite early on, someone, I'm not sure if it's a real person, but it's he or she, it's a picture of a girl, spoke to me in chat like an actual viewer, like commenting, giving comments, or giving insights on what I was playing. I was playing Purge 2, a Dark Souls-like game, but set on in a sci-fi setting. But she kept harassing me to follow her on Twitter, which was very weird and very rude because I was in a very stressful situation. I was fighting a boss that I kept dying against. But yeah, while I was playing, I was secretly trying to find out who this person is and why they want me to follow. And I found out it was those sort of scammers, where you normally see in Twitter. The ones that in their profile normally says game designer, right? Game designer, either game designer or graphics designer or something like graphics designer or something like that, and has a very generic portfolio of their work. And yeah, probably a scammer, robot, or whatever it is. I think I banned it. Only after the stream I managed to ban her, because when I told her I would follow her afterwards, and she kept harassing, and I didn't respond to that, she just poof, disappeared. Didn't respond again. But anyways, that is why I implemented that rule. Yeah, I don't mind if messages for me. There's a solicit from other viewers. Headache. Sorry to hear that. Very rude indeed. Yes, very rude indeed. But yeah, there are a couple of rules we implement for safety reasons and for comfortability. So far, that's that one thing. The other thing would be, I don't think this is a rule I implement. It's just something I think people should know about. In general, is that do not try to criticize whatever how a person is streaming or how they are conducting their stream, because I was fiddling with the what you call chat settings, as in to allow who to chat. I disabled the follows only chat for a moment, and someone came in and said, "Oh, something chat a bit." Then when I talk about I want to revert back to follow chat, and say, "Oh, you're going to revert back to follow chat? I don't think you should do that." What? I'm sorry. You say that? I don't think you should do that. It's not good. They say it's because how do you say? How did that person say? They say something like prideful to be like to only allow followers chat, to allow only followers chat to talk in a stream, which I fully disagree. I told that person it's for safety reasons, right? And also, if people wanted to chat, it's just a follow, right? It's just a follow. If you don't like me, you can unfollow me. You can unfollow me afterwards, right? So that's that, right? Following is prima facie at face value a show of support. So by following, I'm much more comfortable with chatting with you. If you're not following me, it's a bit iffy, to think about it, to chat with someone like that, because there are people, of course, as you can see these community guidelines, there are a lot of people do a lot of stupid shit that is harmful, not good. And if let's say I allow anyone to chat, anyone can drop by and say something hateful and disappear. Right? I will at least try to give it a step difficulty for them to do that. At least, right? Just follow me, say something bad at me, fine. Right? Alright. Enough ranting. I think I've gone too far, a bit too off the tangent. But yeah, it's about making your own rules in your channel. So then we have it says non-comprehensive. So all the examples in here is not comprehensive. They do describe what hateful conduct and harassments are. So I would think that would be sufficient for people to understand what they mean by that, and will not be constrained by what can be done here, and be coy about it, be smart about it, cunning of it, by trying to avoid justify that what you're doing is not hateful conduct by saying, oh, it's not mentioned in the community guidelines. But again, a lot of times in these documents, community guidelines at least, it mentions they have to look into context and intent around whatever you're doing. So can't be coy about it, you can't be smart about it. If it's obviously that you're doing something hateful, you're harassing someone, yes, it's not allowed. A lot of things are common sense, and as always we say, common sense is not so common, right? I would talked about this with my wife, where she is incapable of understanding, just a phrase, not literally, incapable of understanding why certain people. So there are certain things that are so simple, so easy to understand, to avoid, that there are people who are unable to see through things like that, right? Like say prejudicial thoughts, prejudicial beliefs, discriminatory beliefs, all that stuff. There are people who think like that, and it's you would think that it's common sense that people should be kind to everyone, right? It's really, if you can call yourself kind, then there shouldn't be anything that you do would involve harming someone, right? That is opposite of being kind. But yeah, it's not as clear cut as we see. Common sense is not common. Critical thinking is not common. A lot of scientific minded people sometimes do not have the common sense as well. Even if it's the smartest person, the most successful person, common sense is not common. There are just certain things people have not thought of. And by the time they have to think about those things and to consider them seriously, it's already too late. They already made up their mind. They have years and years to have already made up their mind on those points, on those considerations. Having someone or somebody or anywhere that is against that belief is not going to change their mind so easily. It's going to take some sort of very traumatic experience for them to change. That's the only way for people to actually, from a very rigid thinking, narrow-minded thinking, to be accepting and open about other things. To not just tolerate, maybe not even tolerate, to just tolerate, and then afterwards to accept is very, very difficult exercise for them. And some people read the extract of a medical journal and take it as gospel. But when you read and praise the article yourself, the extract is unsatisfactory at best and misleading at worst. Yes, that's how I always work with when I'm reading any articles, reading any news reports or any suggestions, theories or whatever. It's just read it as, just look it as something that interesting, fascinating, but do not think of it as a absolute truth. Because even in science, scientific discoveries or scientific breakthroughs, there's always things are changing. The things that we always have a theory on, we have always on a supposedly factual definition for it, can always change with advancement in technology. Like the black hole. So many mysterious things, mysterious unknowns we have no idea about the black hole are only surfacing this couple of decades, right? And especially, if you all did not know, the what's it called? Jacob Webb telescope? What's it? Curved Webb Telescope. James Webb Telescope. The James Webb Telescope. Let me give you a picture of it. I am fascinated by this technology that humanity has created. So let's look at pictures of it. This is the James Webb Space Telescope. Please do not quote me as a scientific explainer or educator. I am just showing you something interesting, and please look it into yourself. This is a telescope, an outer space telescope. Probably some of you know, some of you do not know. This is the first time some humans have made a telescope, and a huge telescope that is comparable to the ones that are on Earth, that are very, very huge. If you've seen the observatories and all this stuff, is shot into space, orbiting Earth. We have never done this before. I knew we was recently launched several months ago, I think, and is, I think, still being deployed or has been fully deployed. It takes months to deploy this thing to its fullest, to have it function the fullest. And you know why this is very fascinating? It's because there were a lot of issues with a land-based, an Earth-based telescope due to impurities in the air, particles or whatever that obstructs the visibility of telescopes, right? So that's why we can't really see a lot of things clearly in outer space, and most of the images are blurry due to some sort of radiation disrupting the images. But now we have a telescope that is outer space, and outer space is, don't quote me on this, mostly vacuum. There's nothing for most of the space in between this telescope and outer space. There's nothing obstructing it, and that's why this invention is making breakthroughs. It can see a lot of things. Scientists has already there were a couple of things they mentioned what they can do with this, what they can discover. One of it is discovering the origin point of the universe, which is something mind-blowing to me. Origin of the universe, as in the Big Bang, when it all started, where at the center of it, at least this telescope is supposed to be able to try and do that, pinpoint that, and have an image of it. Because there was a lot of lights that was not able to reach Earth, land itself, because of all the things I told, the obstructions. But with this telescope, they can see lights that have never reached Earth, literally. So, again, what my point is, sorry, that's way out of my league. I'm not a scientist or anything. I just find science articles and discoveries very interesting. But yeah, we humans are progressing through time. We are always learning new things. Always learning new things. There are always things that we do not know. We do not understand, right? So we always try. It's always good to have an open mind of what everything is about. But when you read it, all right. Okay, let's go back to Earth. Okay. So that's that. So after explaining that what hateful conduct and harassment is, we go into detail what the examples were, right? The examples were not exhaustive, as it says here, not comprehensive. Then we move on to talk about the category of hateful conduct and what it meant. All right, so it is a very, very general category. So it covers a lot of things. But again, it mentions all these behaviors: discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected groups. Yeah, all these things, the protected groups characteristics are protected. What? Then they say they don't make exceptions based on protected characteristics, meaning to say if you made a hateful conduct as a person with protected characteristics, it is still in violation of the community guidelines. So there's no exception to this, right? And we talk about all these examples, not to glorify, threaten, advocate violence, physical harm, or death against individuals or groups, right? And I emphasize on glorifying because whether that person is doing something bad or not, it's not good to glorify. It's not too good to talk bad about him. More specifically, glad glad for that person to be dead, or glad for that person to be in harm, all that stuff. I gave an example of the Ukraine and Russian war. Whether or not you support either side of a party, war is war. It's not good for anyone. It's bad. So whether one side is getting victories and all that or not, it's not really good to glorify those victories, whether it's right or wrong. Because killing people is still wrong. Killing people is bad, right? We don't want to encourage that sort of mind of thinking. But then again, we have to accept the reality of it. What we need to understand why it happens, right? We can be both understanding and still against violence, right? We understand why violence has to happen in certain circumstances. But we also we can understand that it is bad, right? We do not want to encourage it. We don't want to advocate for it. We don't want to glorify it, especially in real life. Of course, in games, it's fine. Games are fine. Just don't relate it back to the real world, right? Violence in game is fine. All right, so that's that. I emphasize that. Then we talk about slurs, and I talk about how sometimes not sometimes. We talk about slurs, how Twitch is against people using hateful slurs, but then goes on to say that they are okay with slurs that are being used for empowerment and well as endearment. All right, empowerment is in a show of bravery, strength, unity, or something like that. Endearment, show of affection, of love. Maybe certain slurs can be used like that, but I do not want to give any examples. I do not know exactly which is right or wrong. And also here it says sometimes slurs in music can be used, and you can sing along it as long as it's not hateful. You can do it, and it's not discriminating or denigrating content. But yeah, for me, slurs are something that people are okay with, something most people are not okay with. Some people are okay with it, especially the younger generation, or not really specifically any younger generations. I would say people who are not really mindful, not empathetic. people who prioritize their freedom of speech, expression, rather than understanding that there are consequences to words. So that's that. Right. Then we talk about. Then there is these things about showing hateful images or symbols, Nazi-related imagery, especially hate groups. Right. This one, it doesn't say anything about intention or context, but we can relate it. We can relate it back to when you can use a hateful conduct or harassment or whatever, depending on the context, which is satire, and education. Only in these two circumstances you can use these images, right? Which actually reminds me of the of a convention, Malaysian convention here. Recently there was a anime convention, cosplay, VTuber convention in a certain mall in Malaysia. All is well. Well, not all is well. There are a lot of things. There's a lot of problems with that convention that happened. But not going to mention all of it. I'm just going to specify one. Is that yeah, this is much more particularly about Malaysia. There is someone, I'm not sure who, or probably not just one person, I'm not sure, but only seen one picture of it. Someone who dressed as a Nazi soldier in a convention. And unfortunately, in a lot of social medias, not a lot of Malaysians are criticizing that behavior, apparently, that cosplay. And I half understand why, due to cultures in Malaysia, tradition, cultures, and politics in Malaysia. But still, if this happened anywhere else, nobody would allow that. You know, if you know, you know. Yeah, that, yeah. I seen subreddits talking about it, and Twitter talking about it, but none of them really quite how do you say, against it, or show distaste on that. Some even say, as long as it's cool looking, it's fine. They probably dress like that because it looks cool. And I'm there thinking, wow, there's so many cool cosplays, and then one thing that you have to dress as is a Nazi to look cool. Oh, I don't think that's a really good justification of it. And even then, if let's say you're trying to say that there's no Nazi symbols or anything, there is plenty. There is the SS bolt, I think. There's the swastika. I quite remember there is the swastika. All that symbol is there. None of it is removed. So yeah. I'm hello Aiden. Yeah, so if let's say, in any case, if let's say you see streams, people cosplaying as that, I don't think you will be able to see that in Twitch streams at all. Why I came in out of context moment? Well, not really out of context. We're talking about community guidelines where Twitch says you cannot show symbols of established hate groups and Nazi-related imageries. So I would say this involves anything that includes cosplaying as a Nazi, which reminded me of the anime convention in Malaysia where someone dressed as a Nazi soldier. That's a fair rule, honestly. Yes, it's a very fair rule. But apparently, what I'm emphasizing is that I don't think a lot of Malaysians would think this is necessary. From what I can tell from the small part of the community in subreddit and Twitter, where they are none are neutral about it or accepting of that sort of display, representation, cosplay, however you want to call it, due to various reasons in Malaysia culture, right? Which I don't want to get too deep into. All I can say is because, culture, politics, make it seem acceptable. But then on the other hand, all right, I'm getting a bit tangent here, but I want to talk about it still. Another thing that happened in that convention was that they were what do you call, shaming certain cosplays. Shaming certain cosplays people do, especially the ones that are a bit more revealing, so to speak. Very weird contrast. We have people accepting Nazi soldiers cosplays, but not not I would say either revealing or slightly revealing, but not to the extent of sexually explicit or public indecency. Right? We have to make that clear. There are cosplays that are like that. If they are really indecent, like say actually adult cosplays, then yes, those are not allowed anywhere as well. A lot of conventions, anime conventions, whatever conventions, I've looked up in rules of most conventions, whether it's in United States or in Canada or in Europe. They have a lot of things. They have rules for cosplays, right? They have rules to say you can't dress as, like, of course, as Nazis or hateful groups, something like that. And also, not to be naked or not to be dressed indecently, totally expose your private parts or something like that. But what I'm saying is we have a duality in Malaysia or something like that. At one part we accept this all controversial stuff, and in one part we are so conservative a bit of skin reveal is unacceptable. Yeah, well, we're talking about people trying to be edgy for the sake of being cool, edgy. But then what about Saga of the Devil Tanya? That is kind of inspired by Nazis. Again, how do I put this? If you're doing something controversial, you have considered it being somewhat controversial, better not do it, right? Don't do it. I know what anime you're talking about. A good anime nonetheless, but a controversial one. But yes, don't do anything that's controversial if you think it's controversial, right? But then don't be double standard. Don't have a double standard on these sort of things, right? When you're okay with certain things and you're not okay with that things, but both can be considered equally controversial, right? That makes you a hypocrite. But yeah, it's like where Malaysia is like, at least in the sort of geek community, the community where gamers, the anime lovers, or uh, fan fiction, Star Wars, whoever, all these people that love all these fictions as a fan. What am I trying to say? There is a weird difference of acceptance on certain things. At least in Malaysia, we are like in a purgatory or something like that, a limbo, where we are still deciding what is okay, what is not okay. Even though, I don't know, yeah, again, common sense is not common. A lot of things that we do not try to think of from their perspective, from other people's perspective, why things are not okay, why things are not okay, right? And in Twitter, of course, when I talk about the I was openly against the Nazi soldier uniform cosplay. Someone in Twitter told me I was brainwashed by Western agendas, Western thinking. Yeah, let me drink my water. But yeah, I guess being critical, being considerate, is Western thinking. If that is what you think, if that's what people think, they can think like that. And again, I'm not here to try to change anyone's mind. I'm putting a foot down, telling people what I am supportive of and what I'm against of in my space, right? If you're part of my space, I inevitably have to call you out, right? Don't want to be a hypocrite, saying certain things I'm okay with and certain things I'm not okay with, in this context or the different contexts, right? And we move on with our way, right? We do not want to dwell on it. You like to be hateful, you like to be inconsiderate. That is your life. So that's how I operate. That's how I operate in life. Because I don't like arguing with people. I feel like it's a waste of time. When people do not want to hear you and they are just there to give you a piece of their mind, let them give you a piece of mind. Just don't let it affect you. Right, so yeah, enough about this. We'll move on to speech, imagery, or emote combinations that dehumanize or perpetuate negative stereotypes and or memes. Right. I think, yeah, these are the examples. Of course, it's very obvious. Don't do any of this. Right? Black, brown, yellow, red face. All this should be common sense, but it's not common sense enough that Twitch has to spell everything out for everyone to see. Content that perpetuates or recognizes the negative, yeah, all this, like calling someone dehumanizing people is so bad. It's so shitty to think, to do, really. Whether that person is an asshole or that person is despicably evil, they are still human, and humans are like that, right? There are humans, there are bad humans, there are good humans and all that, but humans all around, and you can't deny that. You can't deny that human must be good, or human must be a certain race, a certain nationality, ethnicity, gender, or whatever, right? Humans are human. They kind of have to, because people are dumb. All right, then yeah, making other people feel inferior by insulting their physical, mental, or moral deficiencies, right? Like moral deficiencies. Interesting, right? They are talking about whether. Let's look at the word moral. Moral, concerned with the principle of right and wrong behavior. So, let me go back. Moral deficiencies. This would imply that someone has a problem with understanding right and wrong. So, in the way you can say, they are saying, do not try to inferiorize. Try to make people feel inferior just because they do not know what to do, what is right and wrong, right? I do not try to make people think that they are dumb for doing something wrong. I'm just saying I just pity them. They do not that they are unable to understand what they are doing is harmful, right? We do not have to think of these people as dumb or stupid or whatever you want to call them. People just have different opinions, brought up differently, and that's pretty much it. There could be reasons of mental disorders or illnesses, but we shouldn't put that as an assumption for people not doing the right thing. Never knew they have this as part of community guidelines. Their community guidelines are very extensive, Aiden. This is just one part of it. One part talks about hateful conduct and harassment. There's a lot more I can talk about, but we're focusing on this because it's Pride Month, right? We need to give awareness that people of different nature, of sexuality, gender identity, all that stuff should not be treated differently. Okay? Should not be hated just because of that, or harassed as well. Right, content, then it gives examples. If that's the case, I guess a lot of edgy streamers living in the danger zone. Edgy streamers will remain edgy streamers. A lot of edgy streamers on are top streamers, just so you know. So it's life. That's human. That's how Twitch works. And then again, Twitch only enforce these things after considering the intent, context, and the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So I always have to mention this, which is a company. And company think about company stuff, which is profit and reputation. People do get away with doing bad things because there's some benefit to the other people, to companies. Right. So don't want to repeat all these examples. And we have this call for subjugation, segregation, exclusion. It is very, very bad. Subjugation meaning to say control, separate, or exclude a person from political, economic, or social environments, social groups, based on protected characteristics. Very, very bad. But Malaysia has it. Malaysia has these things, which is also here. content that encourages or supports the political or economic dominance of any race, ethnicity, or religious group. Very, very applicable. Very hits how do you say? Hits home a lot on this. But then I'm this is not relevant in this context. We shall not move on to another tangent again, right? So this is just saying, in your streams, you probably can, in your streams, a streamer, a content creator can do political, economical, or social discussions, right? But over here, it just, for a simple understanding, is do not use these discussions to encourage to a certain political view that is prohibited under the community guidelines. Is all we can say. So, but by saying that, Malaysian political parties are, how do you say, have a lot of agendas, a lot of ideals that is focused on race, ethnicity, and religion. So if any, I don't think there are politicians using Twitch. I'm not sure, but if there is, the ones that do emphasize on these things, I don't think they can broadcast. I don't think they can broadcast. As we learned that in the terms of service, political figures can stream in Twitch, just that they cannot use it as a platform to fund their campaign or anything like that. And they cannot, literally, if a political figure uses Twitch, they can't do all the subscription, they can't use the bits and all that stuff. Right, moving on. Expressions of contempt, hatred, disgust, based on a protected characteristic. No, very easy, simple, straight to the point. No need for me to discuss. Mocking the event, the victims, or denying the occurrence of well-documented hate crimes, or denying the existence of documented acts of mass murder, genocide against a protected group. Yep. So an example here is not just an example. It's something that people do say, right? People do deny things that happened, especially the Holocaust. And when people do say that in public, in social media, you find people being okay with the Nazis because of that, right? You spread this sort of misinformation saying there's no genocide happening during the World War II. It causes that sort of people to exist. That sort of people that are very susceptible to believing information that are biased to them, that are supportive to their mindset. You don't understand the kind of mentality. I don't exactly understand as well. I just sort of have a base assumption of it. Normally it's upbringing. All the time when people believe certain things, it's because of upbringing, the things that they see on television, they see on their phone, the people, the family they talk with, all that affects their mindset. Yeah, suggesting a documented act of mass murder was a hoax towards a specific characteristic. Yeah. Bad, very bad. Content makes unfounded claims assigning blame to a protected group, blah blah blah, which is very common, which is this. Claims that protected group created or is intentionally spreading a disease. This is very common. This is also common to say a certain group of people are evil, corrupt, malicious, and also a criminal, a terrorist. Very common for racist, discriminatory people. Malaysia definitely has a lot of this kind of thinking. Even though we are supposed to be a harmonious, multiracial country living together, right? But because of a lot of things are influenced by our government, a lot of people have this sort of mindset. Well, moving on, encouraging the use of generally endorsing sexual orientation conversion therapy. This is basically saying, telling people to do, if they say they are bisexual, homosexual, or transsexual, or anything like that, I think more towards sexual orientation, as in being attracted to a certain sex or certain thing. So this includes asexual as well, non-attraction, bisexual, all that doesn't work. It's invasive to the mind, invasive to the body as well. Agree on that. Yeah, it's sad, but yeah, well, that's how it is back in the days. Still does now. Yeah, still does now. I don't see Malaysia improving anytime. Just to be, why I say that is because I entered into many different types of Malaysian communities, both the geek kind and the non-geek kind. There is no sign of like our neighboring countries that are becoming more and more accepting of everyone, whatever their sexuality or gender identity is. We are still in the stage where we do not want to voice about it. We do not want to talk about it openly. We do not want to show an open stance, open support of these things. Because what? A lot of it is because fear of peer abandonment by your own social group, your work, your career, everything. Because a lot of people still have that mindset. Oh, you're going to support this. I'm going to segregate myself as one community, as what the community guideline has mentioned as an example. Segregate, exclude, subjugate, all that stuff. Or either you'll be abandoned or you'll be targeted. Your life would be in danger. That's how Malaysia is. Your life will be in danger if you were openly supportive. In the sense that if you, let's say, you're in a township, in a communities, in a neighbor that is very, very conservative, your life is at risk. Your life is at risk if you try to be open about yourself. That is not the majority. Yeah. And yeah, this thing still happens. So, of course, going back to the context of streaming, no one should be encouraging this, doing this. There are plenty of scientific articles mentioning why are there different sexualities, why are there different gender identities. And all of that is not because something is wrong. It's just human nature. It's how humans are. And as again, I mentioned about our humans' scientific advancements, our technology advancements is always ever changing. We always discover something new in a lot of branches, in biology, in physics, in chemical, in astronomy, all that stuff. uh, anything, life, robots, programming, all of them are not, we are not at the end of our discoveries, our scientific discoveries. And most importantly, anything that you believe right now, what in terms of sexuality or gender assignments or gender identities, are very new. Very new. All our definitions are all new, very new. In terms of in the scientific context, we only had this field of study for few hundred years, right? Few hundred years, and only now we are investing on this sort, having big companies investing on all these sorts of research. Even as a straight man myself, I do support LGBTQ community because half of my friends are that. My view is, as long as they didn't do any crimes, they are good in my book. Yes, whatever you identify as, whatever you are as a person, as long as you're not bringing any harm to anyone, there is no wrong in being who you are. No wrong, absolutely no wrong. And if, let's say, there is wrong on a religious level or a cultural level or a political, how you want to base your justification on it, at the end of the day, it's not harming you physically, but instead of, they are not harming you, yes, but for some reason, why do people want to harm them instead? Because what they are not trying to do anything harm, right? They just exist. People just exist, and with just their existence, people do not pose a threat to anyone just by existing. You think about it, right? And if who is to judge their existence is right or wrong, except for whatever omnipotent being is up there or anywhere, right? What are us humans as flawed beings able to judge what is right or wrong, right? We can only do our best to not bring harm to the world, not to hurt people in any way possible, right? Not to destroy their mind, not to destroy their body. Even as, okay, all right, that's okay. All right, moving on. Membership, support, or promotion of a hate group, including sharing hate group propaganda materials. Obviously, creating accounts dedicated to hate, such as through abusive usernames. In addition to the education and satiric exceptions called out above, exceptions to these standards are made when sharing content from rated R movies, TV, or developer-generated content in non-prohibited video games that is not directly discriminating and denigrating. Right. So again, at the sentence here, it says, always look at the context. Then we have sexual harassment, right? Sexual harassment, I did not really go through this very in-depth, because I know a very simple fact to approach sexual harassment is, as long as it's not consented, as long as you think it might be wrong to do, to say something that is of sexual nature, don't do it, right? If you didn't get consent, if you think it's something that someone might be offended with, don't do it. Don't do it. And that's simple. You avoid all this problem now. Avoid all this sexual harassment problem. For those people that actually don't want to, has not intended. This is what I'm saying. Is it not for people that are not intending to do it? Of course, for those that are intend on doing all this stuff, then shame on you. All right, you have to be reported. You have to be removed from this space so that everyone can feel safe and comfortable. Right. No need to explain too much all this stuff. I've talked about it very lengthily, and yeah. Then harassment, where it is very common. I would say this is why this is a category in itself is because it happens in streams a lot for streamers. Probably you all have some sort of story for harassment. I've talked about mine. I've talked about a VTuber's harassment by being impersonated, and then going after another streamer and harass that streamer. I myself have been harassed by goddamn scammers and advertisers. All these are harassment, right? Wishing harm, death to others, glorifying, endorsing, expressing approval of a person's past, current traumatic events. Yeah, talking about someone's past traumatic events, and physical threats, making implied physical threats, targeting others with repeated or severe personal attacks, sharing negative, doctored, autistic content to abuse or degrade another person, deepfake, okay, drawing image of another person for the purpose of mocking or attacking that person, inciting viewers to target another person with abuse regardless of whether the targets are on off Twitch. Yes, so that one, oops. Yeah, this one I've not encountered, but I've seen that it's serious enough that people have made videos on how to defend themselves against. Basically, hate raids, they call it. Where people do not raid you because they wanted to support you. They raid you to shame you, ridicule you, spam you, make your life miserable, make your stream miserable. There is apparently this sort of thing happening on Twitch. From my understanding, if it does happen to someone, most likely your Twitch, your stream is gonna be screwed. Your stream at that day is gonna be screwed. If someone did something like this, a hate raid, it's almost impossible to stop it from happening. If let's say that hate raid had 100 people. 100 people that somehow dodged Twitch's algorithms or people from reporting that raider, that streamer, and going around hate raids. Either that, or it's because they keep on creating accounts and coming back with their group of people and going on hate raids. It's possible as well. But yeah, I've seen videos on trying how they can defend it, but a lot of times I can see it's that they just have to stop streaming for a while, like maybe for a few minutes, to not let the people that are raiding give them the time of their life. But I do not know. I don't feel like that's a solution. It's more like it really if it happens to me, it is very disrupting. I would not know how to continue streaming after that if it did happen. But anyways, let's move on. Making malicious contacts towards legitimate business or private persons. Yeah, making prank content in streams is not allowed, right? Then deliberate non-consensual in-game stream sniping. This is something very interesting I never know about, which I'm gonna say again. I never knew that Twitch did not allow you to stream snipe or screen snipe, however you want to call it, meaning to say, where let's say you're playing a Valorant with another streamer, you're a streamer as well, and you're another streamer. You screen snipe that person, seeing where they are, right? Apparently, it's not allowed in Twitch. It's prohibited under the community guidelines. Then there's the stalking or ignoring a person's established personal physical boundaries. Right. This is like more towards because it says physical boundaries, I would assume this is in regards to vlogging. Like I've seen a lot of Twitch streams that are where they travel around, travel around town or travel as a tourist. Yeah, this is probably applied to them more specifically. Creating accounts dedicated to harassment or hate, such as through abusive usernames. Yeah, I talked about that one. All right, we've talked about all the things that I previously talked about before the break, which I only need to recap. I think I took an hour. Took an hour recap the entire thing. More than an hour, I think. Well, in any case, we'll be continuing now. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Right? Don't be shy. I can answer anything, and I won't hate you or I won't harass you for it. I appreciate any questions, really. Okay, let's move on. The line between hateful conduct and harassment. Harassment becomes hateful conduct when the behavior is targeted at an individual on the basis of protected characteristics. As Twitch does not tolerate any abuse that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, the penalty for such behavior is more severe. So as they say, instances of a hateful conduct will always lead to enforcement action, even if the report is submitted by a third party that wasn't targeted by this behavior. Alright, that's what Twitch says. Right. This is what they say they will do. Right. This is not them saying they must do. They must do something. No, this is not. We try to be clear on that. Twitch has never once said they must do something about when something happens, when someone violates the community guidelines. Always remember that. Always remember Twitch is a company. Okay? Okay. Creators are responsible for moderating hateful conduct and harassment in their communities. 100% agree. 100% agree. Alright? I want to move on a bit tangent about this. Yeah. So again, creators are supposed to be responsible for moderating hateful conduct and harassment in their communities. Yeah. So we as content creators, we have a responsibility for people, because people watch us, right? No matter how many people watch us, even if it's 1 person, 10 person, 100 person, those people are watching us for a reason. Because we are entertaining, because we are educational, because we are fun to hang out with, we are comfortable hanging out with, whatever reason it is, we have a responsibility to our viewers as well, right? Not just to ourselves, but to the viewers. We need to make sure we have a safe community, right? We need to make sure people are they feel safe when they are watching us. If we did not care what chat or whatever other people are doing, except for ourselves, we are not doing our job, as we are not being responsible as a content creator, as a streamer. Really, by just reading that title, I know what the entire thing is gonna talk about already. Maybe not the specifics, but I know. So we need to implement a lot of things to make that possible, make a safe space possible. We need to have chat bots to make sure there are no words that are used are bad. We need to make sure there are no drama, conflict happening in chat, right? We do not want unnecessary, sensitive or controversial discussions happening in the chat. All right, and not just streaming itself, but everywhere that you anywhere else that you are making content or interacting with your community. So I would say it should involve again, community guidelines. There's a part that says your in offline and offline behavior is monitored in some way, or have to comply with community guidelines as well. When you're not streaming, you have to comply with community guidelines as well. So it can't be wholesome, you can't be good, kind, just in while you're streaming, and everywhere else you become a maniac or something. You become a racist, or you become a sexist or whatever in other platforms. You can't do that. You can't, let's say, create an account for doing that is in compliance with doing everything that is in compliance with community guidelines, while you have a separate account that is also representative of you as the streamer in Twitch, and conducting yourself horribly, which is actually, I have a lot of things to say about this, but one thing I'm trying to say is that there have been there have been some content creators where they create separate accounts just to be hateful, just to be discriminative, just to harass people. You can't do that, right? You can't do that to avoid violations with community guidelines. You can't justify it as in saying that is your vent account, your negative dump or something, or however you want to call it. Because then again, you have a responsibility as a content creator, as a streamer. And so as in Discord, when you conduct yourself in Discord servers, right? When you Discord servers, you shouldn't be allowing all this stuff as well. If people find out, if people do not agree with you, find out that you're doing things that are in violation of the community guidelines, they can report you, and they can submit evidence, like by taking screenshots, whatever you've done, screenshots, video evidence, whatever, to Twitch, and Twitch can take actions against with those evidence supporting it. All right. Which is another point I want to talk about is, Discord servers. If things happen there, people are doing shitty stuff, encouraging, promoting hateful conduct, hateful behavior. You're supposed to take a stand on it. You're not supposed to say, it's a server I just created for fun. I do not have responsibility. As long as you are the founder or the founder or the admin or something like that that represents you as part of the your content, as part of your identity as the content creator. You have to do all these things. You have to be vigilant. You can't shrug off responsibility just like that. All right, without further ado, let's continue. Actually, what it says here, right? Creators are role models and leaders of the communities they create or foster around them. Creators should consider the consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. Sometimes unwanted focus or attention can encourage others to escalate their behavior into abuse. All right. For example, broadcasting other Twitch streams and profiles while insulting these users often encourages others to also direct abuse to the target. Participating in this activity can therefore lead to suspension of your following. Ooh, thanks for following. Shots cannot swing. All right. Well, thank you. How are you, Sharks? Are you having questions? Hope you are doing all right. We're having a wonderful day. Right. So when you're doing something hateful, again, you're a streamer, you're a content creator. Whatever you do, you influence your audience, you influence your supporters. They will follow you to the ends of the earth, at least some of them. Whatever you do, some would literally say they would die for you. But that's a bit too much. But in any case, it is true. Never sleep entire night, just surfing around, waiting for life to fix itself. How about you? Well, I'm doing good. I'm talking about this. If you do not know, I'm Jake Light. I'm a gaming lawyer. I'm an actual lawyer as well. Right now, I'm reading the entire community guidelines, specifically the hateful conduct and harassment, for the betterment of everyone's knowledge, especially for Twitch streamers. So we are almost at the end of our, not really almost, I'm not sure we have a lot to talk about, but I keep on getting onto tangents. But yeah, right now we're talking about streamers having responsibilities over their communities. What their community does do, or community do, reflects the content creator, right? We are like mirrors. You and me. If you like my content, you support me wholeheartedly, it would seem that whatever I say is right, and there would be no wrong in it. Unless you have a mind of your own, you can think critically and consider things on a case-by-case basis. But most of the time sometimes, I don't know, maybe people get caught up in the heat of the moment. They will follow whatever is being hyped to do. If let's say let's say they, like this example over here, for example, broadcasting other Twitch streams and profiles while insulting these users often encourages others to also direct abuse to the target. Yeah, this is blatantly direct way of telling your supporters to go and harass someone. If you do that, yeah, of course, that is considered harassment. And that is against community guidelines. But of course, there are indirect ways I've seen people done, which is using Twitter to vent their frustration against some sort of other streamers, other content creators, where they are not doing anything wrong. They are just doing something inefficient, not above quality, or just average. And sometimes these content creators ridicule them, shame them for whatever reason they like. They want to be edgy or what, but because they have a following, supporters, the supporters have somehow is okay with that and will do their own harassment towards these people. They will do the direct harassment themselves. Yeah, hype is like great sword, can break through thick armors that is needed to be broken through, but those can easily cross the line with thinner ones. Yeah. So again, content creators, we are not just entertainers. The form of entertainment we bring is one that is very, very interactive, very intertwined with viewers, with our supporters. Without our supporters, we will not make our content as interesting as possible. With all the integrations that we can do with each other on Twitch, raiding someone, doing all sorts of shout outs, subscriptions to show support, VIPs, all that stuff. Those are all the things that we are capable of doing to bring some a different kind of entertainment to our viewers. And I don't see it. This sort of entertainment, you can't find it anywhere. And yes, there are a lot of good things about it, but there are a lot of bad things about it as well, like hate raids, which we just talked about. People actually raid people not because they are trying to support them, give them views or follows or what. They are just raiding people to harass them, so to speak. But yeah, then it says about over here. They expand on it by saying, you are expected to use channel moderators and the tools we provide, such as automod, chat timeouts, and bans to mitigate hateful conduct and harassment in your channel. Not using the provided tools to moderate hateful conduct appearing on your channel will lead to a suspension. For harassment, broadcasters who do not make a good faith effort to specifically moderate incitement or organization of abuse in their channels through the tools we provided will be suspended. Twitch should not be used to incite, encourage, promote, facilitate, or organize hateful conduct or harassment, even against targets of the Twitch services, and doing so will result in enforcement. Yep. Yeah, so they are saying don't do this even outside of Twitch. Like I said before, if you try doing this on Twitter, doing this on Discord, don't do it. If they find out, it's against community guidelines. Oh, I have a question. My friend has been doing a raffle the other day. I asked him to make the entry price 350, which is roughly follow plus 5 minutes of view. But he kept it on saying that I would be illegal to charge people to join in the giveaway. Does the channel points charging pound as charging, since it's some sort of community contribution, more point than a currency? You're talking about channel points and following only, is it? Ask him to make the entry point 5 minutes. But he kept it on saying you're illegal to charge people to join the giveaway. Does this channel does points count as charging, since some sort of a community contribution point more than a currency? As long as you don't involve any real monetary, channel points are accumulated by just watching a streamer. They don't even have to subscribe to anyone for them to gain channel points. I would say it's safe to it's safe to use channel points as a way for people to participate in a raffle or giveaway. But to clarify, what would be illegal would be asking people to pay real money wherever it is, or however you want to use it. Use money as a form of participating a raffle giveaway. Because once you do that, it's no more a giveaway or raffle. It is considered a lottery. And as we know, lotteries requires licenses to be conducted, to be held. Okay? Where there are a lot of controversies happening around this actually as well. I've talked about this a couple times in my streams. But can I clip the part you explain and send it to the friend? I'm sure he'll drop by and thank you. Here's a video better. No problem. Just clip. Oh, wait. I don't think you can clip it, unfortunately. But you can ask your friend to come by. I can tell them. Because for me, my channel, I do not let people clip just chatting or art like that. Because just want to make it general so that in the event I somehow leak out my personal information somewhere when I'm doing just chatting or art, people can't clip it and save it somewhere else. So it's okay. You tell me, Shark, you can tell me your VTuber friend. He can DM me or however you want to contact me. I'll let him know. All right? No problem. You can DM me anywhere on Twitter. Here, I'm not sure we still can whisper here. But in any case, yeah. No problem. Yeah. So about the giveaway thing, just to let people know, I think it's there was a very famous controversial issue that happened, was the artisan build drama that happened. They held a giveaway. If anyone doesn't know what artisan build is, they are, from what I can tell from the videos or articles I've seen, they are a channel. They used to be a channel. They used to be a company, not anymore. That builds PCs live on stream, and sometimes they do giveaways. Meaning to say, once they build the PCs, they give away the PC to one of their so-called ambassadors, people who do volunteer to do promotion advertisement for the company. Streamers, content creators. But because of the very vague requirements and changing requirements to participate in the giveaway, they received a lot of flack for it. One of it was the possibility that because there are monetary value involved, meaning to say the ambassadors, however you want to call them, ambassadors or representatives or agents, not actual employees of Artisan Build, they are just streamers that's helping them to promote the company, probably needed to they told because of the changing requirements, and I think one of the changing requirements was they needed to buy something from Artisan Build or something. Then it would mean that they are giving some sort of monetary monetary exchange in participating in the giveaway. So before anything could happen, the giveaway was cancelled, I think. And quickly, soon the Artisan Build company self-destruct, and I think it's no more already. I think there are a lot of other issues with that company, but this one is about giveaways. So yeah, if you want to do giveaways, don't ever ask for monetary exchange, monetary value things in exchange to participate in the giveaway. Don't ask people to donate bits. Don't ask people to subscribe. Don't ask people to do anything else, like giving you gifts, presents, anything like that. Just be inside the giveaway. All right. Because that would be illegal. Okay, in any case, let's see. Wait a moment, let me check something. All right. Okay. So let's move on. Off-service conduct. Yeah, this one. The Twitch community is also at conventions. Oh no. Okay, I can highlight. The Twitch community is also at conventions, TwitchCon, Twitch community meetups, and even social media. Our community encompasses all these spaces, and we take them into consideration when it comes to our role in keeping the community safe. We may take action against persons for hateful conduct or harassment that occurs off Twitch services and is directed at Twitch users. So this is what I've been saying about. Apparently there is even more documents to look at, which is not too likely, but we'll talk about this some other time. But suffice to say, they're just saying, if you're doing anything outside, beyond Twitch, you are still bound by this community. You're still bound by these community guidelines, right? I would say this is much more applicable for streamers, but it is also applicable for any users. All right. Don't do anything bad inside or outside of Twitch, is what they're saying. Right. That was easy. Then handling serious misconduct. We encourage users to submit reports against harassment or hateful conduct directed towards themselves. Wait, what? Encourages against hateful directed towards themselves. Oh, yeah. If you feel that this abuse rises to a legal claim or to a crime, however, we encourage you to seek help from an attorney. Ooh, Olive. And also thank you, Bozo. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid, Olive.
Thanks for reading.
Oh. Ooh, thanks for the follow, Chaos Flame 41.
Thanks for following.
Olive raid. Also, I will give you a silent shout out, Olive. Because right now I'm doing this semi serious, so a proper shout out would trigger that serious. Right. So oops, proper no. Yeah. Oops. A proper shout out would trigger a clip. But yeah, hello, thank you for raiding. I am almost at the end of the reading of the entire community guidelines, specifically the hateful conduct and harassment, but I will do a final summary recap again for everyone's convenience. So welcome everyone, I'm Jake Light, gaming lawyer at your service. I am an actual lawyer, so if you have any questions you want to ask, feel free to do so. Alright, don't be shy. Of course, I know Olive, you're from United States, and it's 2 a.m. over there, right? If you do need to rest, go ahead and have your rest. You're free to go. You don't have to be here. you need your rest. You have been streaming quite some time. So, yeah. I'm not from the States, but yes, it is 2 a.m. Oh, is it? You're not? Oh, I thought you were. Where are you from? Apologies, I assumed because of the time zone. Canadian, ooh, nice. I probably wouldn't notice if there's a Canadian accent. I probably wouldn't have noticed. Then I have to change your what do you call your nationality in XCOM too, because I put you as you an American. Okay, in any case, let us try to finish this and find out. Wait. Well, I think I closed it. Right, I have to open it up again. Oh yeah, for XCOM 2. Alright. Maybe I gotta head back, but I hope you have a good rest of your stream. No problem, Olive. Thank you for the raid. Alright. So we have only a bit left, actually. So now we have off-service conduct, and yeah, I was talking about handling serious misconduct. They're telling you you can report yourself. You can do the report yourself if you are if you are facing harassment or hateful conduct, and if it's to a very serious extent that a possible legal actions can be taken, or it could lead to a criminal offense, a criminal act to happen. Then they are telling you, go look for a lawyer or look for your local authority. Could be that serious, people. All right. Okay. If someone else's behavior has made you fear for your own safety, or that if your immediate family, we encourage you to report this to your local family informant immediately. Yeah, very reasonable, very logical. When contacted by law enforcement through this appropriate legal process, Twitch will provide the relevant information as laid out in our terms of service. Aha. Yeah, I've read that. They are basically saying if contact by law enforcement to the appropriate legal process. Yep, if it involves Twitch, I would say. Wait. I just oh yeah, furry Olive raid. I just noticed that Bozo wrote that. I don't think that's what Olive wanted, right? Oh, oh yeah, that's why. Okay, in any case, let's continue. We finally have FAQs. Right, I guess to clarify certain things. Does reporting a user multiple times or in multiple categories affect the outcome of my report? Nope. Reporting a user multiple times or having multiple people assist you in reporting a user for the same offense, commonly known as report brigading, will not make any difference to the outcome of your report. Inaccurately reporting multiple times in different categories will also not increase the speed at which your report is handled, or increase the chances of the reported user being suspended. If you're being harassed on Twitch, it's much better to submit a single detailed report than a dozen reports without context. Right? All enforcements are issued by human reviewers based on documented violations of our community guidelines. The number of reports submitted against the channel has no impact on the likelihood that the channel is suspended. Conversely, submitting large amount of fictitious reports or encouraging others to do so will instead lead to a suspension of your Twitch account. Right. So this is very important. Important in the sense that Twitch is telling you they don't care how many people report a certain thing. At the end of the day, they review it, and they review. I would say it's more like how do I interpret this? How do I explain this? This means that it's not that the increasing reports would mean that they won't care about your report. It's just that they have to look into it in any ways. They won't be basing the amount of reports to determine whether someone is actually violating community guidelines. That is what they are trying to say, right? They are not saying no matter how many reports you have, they are not going to investigate it, or they won't investigate with the same seriousness as opposed to just reporting once, is what they are saying. So from that said, if someone is being this is just me, if someone is being harassed or being that someone is conducting hateful is doing something hateful to someone, to a streamer, it's okay to report them, right? But always report them with a very detailed explanation why they are violating something. Don't just report them without giving a reason. Reporting, as it says, submitting a large amount of fictitious reports, encouraging others to do so, will instead lead to suspension of your Twitch account. Right? Don't just report for the sake of reporting, just because you hate that person or something like that, and not something that is factual, that they did something wrong they actually did. Yeah. Always do things the appropriate, or the fullest, the most appropriate. Right, so next question. Am I required to communicate to another user that I feel harassed by their behavior in order for my report to be considered valid? And okay. No, you may not. You may decide that some forms of harassment are severe enough to warrant reporting without first communicating to the other user that they are unwanted. I see. You may choose to communicate that this contact is unwanted, but we strongly recommend that you do so only if you feel that it is safe and appropriate. Very sound advice, very sound suggestion. If the unwanted behavior persists, we recommend you report the user and consider other options to manage the situation, such as blocking the user's accounts or banning them from chat. For more information about managing abuse directed towards you, see our guide on how to manage harassment in chat. Apparently they have something like that, but why are not linking it to alright, okay, never mind. I'll find it myself, because we have to talk about everything about harassment today. Leave nothing unturned, right? But yes, if let's say someone is harassing you, talking to that person would not stop that person from, most likely not stop them from doing it. Instead, probably encourage them to do more, because you're giving attention to them, right? These harassers, these toxic people, all they want is attention. All they want is to get a reaction from you. The more you react to them, the more you react to them, reply them, whatever you do to feel like they have got your attention, their objective has been reached, right? Don't give in to those people. They are not worth it. Right, so moving on. How can I indicate that a behavior is unwanted? Also, yes, it is dangerous to continue please. Let me hear a bit. I heard someone yelling, but let's continue. But yeah, it is unsafe. It's dangerous to interact with your harasser. Whether you know it's safe or not, better choice is not to do it, and just don't give attention, don't react, don't reply, block. Best would be that. It really, unless they are a stalker or something like that, then you probably have to do something more and anything but talking to them. All right. How can I indicate that a behavior is unwanted? We take context into account when determining whether a violation of our policies has occurred, and this extends to determining whether a behavior against another user is unwanted. You can indicate to others that a behavior is unwanted in several ways, including issuing a channel moderation action, timeout, channel ban, or message deletion against the individual, or otherwise clearly denouncing their behavior. In addition to reports submitted directly by the target of the behavior, which will also take these indications into account when evaluating reports of harassment and sexual harassment. Yes, this is very important to remember, is that for Twitch to take actions, you yourself as well have to show that you are not you have to indicate that the behavior is unwanted yourself, right? Not telling your harasser, not telling the person violating community guidelines that they are unwanted, but take actions to show that it is unwanted. And then when you report them, Twitch will have a more likely a time to have more things to consider, more facts to consider whether that certain behavior is harassment or not. I enjoy friendly banter and trash talk. How can I make it clear that I don't intend to harass anyone? Be cognizant of others. Some people only recognize or enjoy banter when they have an established relationship with the other person. If someone asks you to stop or indicates that your conduct is unwanted, such as through a channel timeout, continuing to target them after that point will be seen as a deliberate attempt to harass. If a discussion becomes heated and goes beyond friendly banter, continue removing yourself from the conversation to prevent the situation from escalating further. Additionally, some topics are generally not viewed as acceptable banter by the community, such as sending sexual solicitations or encouraging others to harm themselves. You should not engage in these behaviors. Doing so will jeopardize your Twitch account. Right. This is saying sometimes you will see that the sometimes you see streamers chatting with their chatting with chat. I'm still awkward with talking about this. Chatting with chat, their supporters, in a more brash, in a more harsh or honest, direct way. Maybe they will add some sort of insult. They just add some sort of a damn my English. Insult, joke, certain things, which for people that probably are new to the stream or new to these people's relationship, is going to think that it's something wrong. But as always, don't think like that. Always see how, if you're a third party, I'm just saying, if you're a third party, see how everything is. Or if you really have unsure whether that is actual banter, you can always ask. Nothing wrong with asking whether it is a banter or not. And this paragraph, this question is basically asking a person how to socialize and what are the social cues, which I understand some people do not find it difficult to understand social cues, like myself. There are certain things that I have to ask in order to be comfortable in doing. If not, I will feel uncertain. I feel wrong, feel guilty, unless I know for certain I'm doing something that is not wrong or uncomfortable. So, in short, the answer this community guidelines is saying is, try to understand your streamer, understand your viewer, what they are okay, what they are all right with talking about. Are they okay with some sort of friendly banter? To what extent, right? If they say no, then just stop there. Don't continue on trying to change people's minds. If you do that, they will consider harassment. People tell you not to do it, don't do it. If you do it, it's harassment. Okay? And can I be suspended for sexually suggestive conversations even if I do not intend to harass anyone? Our guidelines on sexual harassment do not apply in conversations where there is clear mutual consent. Very agreeable. However, if both parties clearly have an established relationship, we will issue an enforcement if we've obtained any indication of that target that sexually harassing statements made on Twitch are unwanted. We will issue an enforcement if we obtain indication of that target from the target that sexually harassing statements made on Twitch are unwanted, or if mutual consent is not explicitly clear. A person's physical appearance or tie is not an indication of solicitation or consent. Additionally, please note that sexual commentary that is graphic or extended, even if not in violation of our sexual harassment policy, is still subject to our sexually suggestive content policy. Yeah, that one is another thing I would talk about. Sexual content policy and all that. But for now, this person is asking whether they can talk about lewd things, have lewd conversations. And again, most important thing right here, clear mutual consent. If the streamer or the viewer has given clear mutual consent, go ham, as I say. But if not, and as Twitch says, if it's vague, it's not clear, and it's unwanted, both parties can have, we will issue an enforcement if we obtain. Yep. Even they're saying even if there is some sort of a good friendship, right? Even if there's some sort of good friendship between maybe streamers to streamers, viewers to viewers, streamers to viewers, if after a while it gets uncomfortable, becomes unwanted, a report will still be enforced. And then this is very important. A person's physical appearance or tie is not an indication of solicitation or consent. Someone wearing very revealing clothes is not an indication. This is applicable for any situation. This answer is applicable for any situation, ladies and gentlemen, right? Someone wearing anything is, however it makes you attracted to that person, is not an indication of consent or solicitation for you to flirt with them, to give sexual statements not an invitation to any sexual acts or anything like that. No, don't think of it like that, right? We as human beings, we have our boundaries, we have our desires, everything. Keep your everything in your pants, don't put it out. We are all humans, we have some decency to live by. Anyone is free to wear however they like. It is not an indication of social interactions that they are okay with, right? So yeah, consent, very important. Whatever you do, consent is important, even if it's not some sort of a sexual connotation. There's no sexual context in the activity. Talking about controversial issues, talking about personal life, all that stuff. If people are not comfortable with just talking about it, don't. Yeah, it's not. If it's not sexual harassment, it's harassment. Because people don't want to talk about things that they are not comfortable with. All right. Okay. Can I be suspended for hateful or harassing content that viewers put on my stream? You are responsible for ensuring that content appears on your stream abides by our terms of service and community guidelines. If harassing or hateful content does appear on your stream, we expect you to take the necessary steps to mitigate this behavior and ensure that it does not occur again. We will not spam broadcasters that we find to be acting in good faith, remove abuse appearing from third parties and external sources, such as by using automod, timeouts, and channel bans. Conversely, we encourage you to report users who attempt to put hateful or harassing content on your channel, as this will lead to suspension of their Twitch accounts. Yes. Again, this is a repeat of over here. Creators are responsible for moderating hateful conduct and harassment in their communities. We, as creators, as people of influential power of any amount, are responsible for our community. Even if we do not care for this hateful conduct or harassment, meaning to say, even if I don't like any of it, I won't tolerate any of this. But let's assume I do tolerate them. Doesn't mean I should be allowing this behavior inside my community. That is what this question is. This answer is about. Right? We have a responsibility to keep our community clean. And if, let's say, chat is going like crazy, then your next best thing would be to get mods, people that you trust, to moderate your chat. Right? There is no excuse not to be able to do all these things. All right. Then we have so much more. There's so many questions over here. What should I put in a report to help Twitch understand my harassment related issue? In general, the more information you include, the better we'll be able to understand the context around the issue you're trying to report. Descriptions of the harmful behavior when it occurred, and links to any relevant content are the most common ways to ensure we can handle your report quickly and effectively. See our guide on reporting best practices for more information. What does Twitch consider hateful conduct? Hateful conduct is any content or activity that promotes. Why is this an FAQ? They're just repeating the same thing. Twitch should consider a number of factors to determine the intent and context of any reported hateful conduct. Yes, they're repeating the same thing. What do I do about people being harassed? What do I do about people being harassing? Wait. I think there is some grammatical error here. People are being harassed or hateful. People are being oh yeah, I guess it's so. I don't think there's a grammatical error, but that is a very weird way of phrasing it. People being harassing or hateful in my chat while I'm offline or AFK. We ask the streamers make a good faith effort to moderate their chat with tools like Automod, building a moderation team, and or by utilizing the numerous third-party tools available. So long as you are not turning a blind eye to content or conduct that violates the community guidelines, you should feel confident that no punitive actions will be taken on your channel. Right. As long as you are not intentionally avoiding, ignoring harassment, you're fine. What should I do about viewers exploiting elements of my stream like text-to-speech or to harass, be hateful, or post sexual content? As a streamer, you are responsible, alright? Twitch asks you to make a good faith effort, such as setting a word filter, notification delay to give yourself a chance to moderate incoming notifications. Ultimately, you will have to decide what steps are right for your stream and your community's behavior in order to abide by the community guidelines. Remember to temporarily disable or mute any unmoderated interactive elements such as text-to-speech if you step away from your computer. Right, good advice. Good advice. To what extent am I responsible for my community? Alright, let's do this. Creators are role models and leaders of communities. The creator foster around them. Creators should consider consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. We ask that you make a good faith effort to quell any efforts from those in your community to harass others. Twitch should not be used to incite, encourage, promote, facilitate, or organize hateful conduct or harassment. Whether on or off Twitch, we will suspend communities, organizations, and individuals that do so. Right. Very easy. Meaning to say, you are responsible for anything your community does. Alright? Do I need to be the target of a hateful comment or harassment to report a user? Nope. Sometimes the individual target of this behavior may not be aware of the harassment at the time it takes place or may be unable to submit a report. Sometimes people comments may not be directed at any one person, but rather at a group of people. Regardless of your level of involvement, hateful conduct and harassment in violation of our community guidelines can be reported if observed taking place. Right. No, wait. Do I have to communicate a behavior is undesired for it to be considered harassment and report to the user? Nope. However, in some contexts, content or activity that appears to be harassing may be unintentional, and upon being told their actions are making others uncomfortable, the user may correct their behavior. You may also decide that some forms of harassment are severe enough to warrant reporting without first communicating they are unwanted. If you feel it is safe and appropriate to do so, we recommend you clearly communicate the conduct is unwanted. If the unwanted behavior persists, we recommend you report the user and consider other options to manage the situation, such as blocking the user's accounts or banning them from chat. Alright. I don't think it is very difficult to understand. It's just saying that like the above, the one where what was that again? This one is almost the same. Telling that should I talk to the person most likely violating community guidelines before reporting them? And Twitch again says no, there's no need. But you can. But then again, please do it if you feel safe only. Right? If you don't feel safe and appropriate to do so, don't communicate. Just, you don't have to be courteous about these things. You can just ban them. Right? Unless maybe they are like very good people and somehow they have descended to toxicity, then maybe you can talk about it, talk to them that this behavior is unwanted. Then only conduct and then only do your report. That's how I would do, probably. But yeah. Oh yeah, and there was something about harassment. How to manage harassment in chat. Let me see where I can find this. Twitch, right? There is. Right. You think this is over? No, it's not over. We still have. All right. How to manage harassment in chat. I don't think I have time to go through this, but yes, apparently there is a guide on how to moderate your chat, but we won't go through this for now. We'll probably do a stream that is specifically on trying to moderate chat, moderate your stream, but that would be not very relevant to a legal investigation stream. But anyways, yeah, we are done with that. Now we are going to recap. Before I recap, I'm going to take a small break, stop talking for a bit. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask now. All right. If not, then I will be recapping the entire thing again, and we'll get to our special announcement. Right? I have a special announcement at the end. So, okay. Whew. I'm so tired, so pooped. Ooh, my back. Ooh. Okay. Hey, Gargoyle. I was just drinking water that time. Hello, hello. You came by at the end of my reading of the entire community guidelines, both specifically hateful conduct and harassment, but I will be recapping the entire thing right now. Double hydrate. All right, I'll double hydrate for you. GG, I'll double hydrate for you. Oh, that's okay. I was looking a little bit about 10 minutes ago. Oh, I see. But yeah, we're gonna recap the entire thing right now. Hey, Cube. Hello, hello, hello. All right. So if you have not came by the stream, earlier, I was talking about the Twitch's community guidelines, right? It is a legally binding document for everyone, all users of Twitch, both streamers as well as viewers, right? Why is it binding? Because it is part of the terms of service. As you can see over here, in addition to our terms of service. And as well, inside terms of service, this document, it mentions you will be subject to Twitch's community guidelines and additional guidelines or rules. So yes, Twitch community guidelines is part of the agreement to terms of service. And that's why it's legally binding. If you fail to if you breach the terms in here in community guidelines. All right. And of course, there are favorite tags talking about what's the purpose of the community guidelines. As far as my personal opinion is, it is a Twitch's morality standpoint on how do you conduct yourself, how do you conduct yourself while you're using Twitch, whether you're streaming or chatting as a viewer, right? And we focused on we are only focusing on hateful conduct and harassment, because if I try to read the entire thing, it's gonna take me at least 2 streams to finish the entire thing, or 3, depending on how many more separate documents there are, and I think there is a lot. But yes, we are only focusing on hateful conduct and harassment because it's in a way I'm trying to relate this back to Pride Month. I'm trying to show awareness in terms of people being discriminated in the Twitch community, Twitch streaming community, or Twitch stream services. But also talking about a bit more about how do you say, in real life, anything related to the LGBTQI plus IA plus community. So, cause hateful conduct and harassment, Twitch define it very, very broadly and very, very comprehensively, right? These are behaviors that are, at least for hateful conduct, is considered discrimination. It includes discrimination, denigration, meaning say negatively criticize someone or a group of person, harassment, or violence against these protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. So you would think that is typical categories, but Twitch really went a bit more few steps in terms of what they consider are protected characteristics. Even in America, I think they only have like 4 categories: race, religion, sex, and maybe color. Color, I think. But yeah, Twitch is very progressive in sense. It includes a lot of things like serious medical condition, veteran. I will, if they didn't mention this, I would not know that veteran is considered a protected characteristic, and they separate gender identity, sexual orientation. So, and of course, even if these are protected characteristics, they are still have to comply with these community guidelines as well. They are not awarded different treatment. Okay. So that's hateful conduct and harassment. Harassment is all sorts of things, including sexual harassment as well. So we're going to look into going back to here, where there's an entire document just talking about hateful conduct and harassment, which Twitch keeps emphasizing that they take this very seriously. But as I told people every time, a lot of times already, that the enforcement of community guidelines still depends on the intent, the context, the potential harm to the community, the legal obligations, and others. So Twitch has given themselves a sort of a discretion whether to take actions. When someone violates a community guideline, Twitch doesn't have to take actions, right? There's no nothing. I don't think there's a specific law that says they must take actions against discrimination, all that stuff. But to avoid that, them being sued for that reason, they probably do take these things seriously if it does happen, right? But all right, let's do this. So then again, yeah, no matter how they say how this document says they are serious in enforcing this community guideline, this specific part, it is their discretion. They still have the discretion to do whether to take action or not. And we can see this happen, as in things get ignored or swept into the rug, swept under the rug. Am I using the correct phrase? Yes, probably. Because of the of top streamers with that are giving them immense amount of profitability, right? It would be bad for them to just ban these people, and even if, let's say, temporarily suspending them would cost them a lot of profit. Anyways, yes, so we talk about, again, they repeat what is hateful conduct, right? It's a discrimination, denigration, harassment, violence, right? Motivated by prejudice and intolerance. All the protected characteristics, again, they mention. All right. Then they give examples of what is considered hateful conduct. And I emphasize on this first example they talk about, which is promoting, glorifying, threatening, or advocating violence, physical harm, or death against individuals or groups on the basis of protected characteristics. Right. So I emphasize this is because I also agree. I also agree to this statement where physical harm, injury, death, or killing someone should not be glorified. Everything else is clear-cut, like threatening, advocating. Glorifying, I see that happen because people think they are justified in glorifying certain violence and death. Where I give the example of the Ukraine and Russian war, because I said war itself is not good. There's nothing glorious about war. There's nothing glorious about killing someone. But at the same time, I have to remind people why violence have to happen. It's the reality of our world. It's inevitable there are people who advocate for it. And sometimes we have to take actions against people who are advocating, who are doing the violence for the wrong reasons, and there are no right reasons, right? You know, in when there's a war happening, people kill each other, and there's nothing fun to celebrate about it, whether one party is victorious or not. Celebrating victory in the sense that celebrating the enemy's demise is wrong. Celebrating that your victory has brought some sort of peace is fine. Some sort of peace, some sort of lives are rescued is fine, but not glorifying killing, right? Then we talked about hateful slurs, right? Where Twitch says hateful slurs are prohibited unless it is used in a way to empower or endearment, right? There are exceptions to this, and there are exceptions in when you are using slurs in music, singing along with it, not for hateful reasons and not for discrimination or denigrating content, right? And I emphasize a little bit of this is that this would I would say I'm not in agreement of this entirely, right? Because I feel that sometimes slurs, whether used with ill intent or not, still causes harm to people that are affected by it, offended by it, i.e. normalizing a word so that people use it, even if they use it in a negative way, it is still acceptable, right? Where I emphasize, at least for ableism slurs, oh my god, I hate that word. I have no idea how to spell mention it without actually looking the word. Derogatory, yes, derogatory slurs for people with mental illness or mental disorders. Okay. Then we move on to posting, uploading, or otherwise sharing hateful images or symbols, including symbols of established hate groups and Nazi-related imagery. I talk about this, saying that mention a bit. I'll again mention it a bit. Is that if it was in Malaysia, this would be taken seriously for reasons, for political reasons, for cultural reasons. Why people would be, they will not care about if someone dressed as a Nazi soldier here in Malaysia. And if they stream it, well, Twitch will get him. But yeah, Malaysia, they are either neutral or accepting of it, or people wearing this sort of stuff or sharing all this sort of stuff. Then we have dehumanizing people or perpetuates negative stereotype. Yeah, so all this black, brown, yellow, red face, very obviously very racist stuff, very very horrible stuff people try to do. You get a bit sad when you look at all the examples that a person, a human being, are capable of. A person is capable, how much hate, how much harm a person is capable of doing. With all these examples. But yeah, content that expresses inferiority. Yeah, thinking, not just dehumanizing people, making people feel inferior because of their characteristics, like physical, mental, moral, and the ones that we mentioned previously. All right. Then it calls for, I would say, there are people that are you cannot subjugate, you cannot control, you cannot separate, divide, or exclude people, encouraging on people to do all those things against a protected characteristic in relation to political, economical, and social environments. Very simple. Then we have, well, not really simple, but then simple enough that this is like a blatant sexism, discrimination, all that, racism. Then we have content that encourages or supports the political or economic dominance. This one, bad. Malaysia exists political environment exists this sort of a political agenda. But yeah, Malaysia, unfortunately. Okay, let's move on. Expression of contempt, hatred, and disgust based on a protected characteristic. Being disgusted just because of a person's skin color, race, country, all that stuff. Not good. Don't do it. Mocking the event victims or denying the occurrence of well-documented hatred crimes or denying the existence of documented acts of mass murder, genocide against a protected group. Yes, don't tell people that the Holocaust did not exist. But of course, there's an example over here. Meaning to say, people have done that. A lot of people have done it. A lot of people believe that. Which is mind-boggling, right? Mind-boggling. Alright, then content that makes unfounded claims assigning blame to a protected group, or that otherwise intends to incite fear about a protected group as it relates to health and safety. Yes, all these things are very prominent. Telling people that they are evil, corrupt, malicious just because of who they are, or that they spread disease more than other people, or that they are likely to be a criminal or terrorist just because of who they are. Okay, but simple but still rampant in the world. It is encouraging the use of generally endorsing in sexual orientation conversion therapy. Don't do this. Everyone has the right to be themselves. When they are born like that, there's nothing wrong with it. They are harming no one, right? There's no need to change them if they are happy. Even if they are not happy, I would say we have to find out why they are not happy, right? Because when someone's happy, it doesn't matter as long as they don't harm someone else. If they are unhappy, we do need to look into it, right? But I doubt that being unhappy about yourself or how you were born, what color skin you have, what gender you have, what sexual orientation you have, identity, gender identity you have, all that is very likely you're unhappy because of external factors rather than internal. Alright? Then membership, support or promotion of a hate group, including sharing hate group propaganda material. Obviously, don't share any hate group, don't be part of a hate group. Simple. Creating accounts dedicated to hate, such as through abusive usernames. It has been done before and it's probably done a lot of times. People are horrible. But find out people are doing this, report them, right? Okay. Then we have sexual harassment. Suffice to say, the way I summarized this previously is 1. Get consent. 2. If you did not get consent, and if you think what you're doing could be sexual harassment, don't do it. And 3rd, anyone that is supposed as going to do this anyways, despite not getting consent, they should be reported. They are not welcome. They shouldn't be welcome to the society, to this community, because they are a threat to this community's safety. So, yeah. Really, this entire thing, I do not. People have to be spelled out. Is spelled to everyone is sad. Right. Don't do anything sexual in nature. Right. If there's no consent, just don't do it. Don't do anything, any of this. Whatever they are giving examples here. Whispering to another user with compliments about appearance after being asked to stop, don't do it. Calling them sexy, don't do it. After being timed out, it's like, yeah, There are so many different ways to tell someone no, but apparently Twitch has to spell it out, meaning to say people think other than saying no. If they are not saying no, they are okay with it, which is crazy to think about. Right. Making unsolicited statements in reference to performing a graphic. Yeah, alright, all this. Now I don't have to talk about all this again. All this revolves around not getting the person's consent either or harassing them. Harassing them, not getting consent. Consider sexual harassment. Simple. Then harassment, the more general one, more likely this is more common among everyone, among all streamers. Wishing harm or death, glorifying, endorsing, expressing approval of person's past, current traumatic events. Someone doesn't want to talk about their past because of bad stuff. Don't do it, right? Even if they told you once, it's not. I won't say it's consent to talk about it or not in the future, right? Always wait for the person. If they are comfortable, they will talk it by themselves. They will tell you all their personal stuff by yourself. You do not have to force a thing out of them. Making implied physical threats to others, right? Don't do that. Don't threaten someone to hit them or anything like that. Don't. Targeting others with repeated severe personal attacks. No, don't do that. Right. Sharing negative doctored autistic content to abuse or degrade another person. Yeah, it says deep fake here. Obviously, people have done that, right? Don't deep fake people without their consent, or even with consent. Don't do it. Inciting viewers to target another person with abuse. Yes, this is aka hate raids. I hope any of you streamers here have not been subjected to hate raids. And if you do, I hope the only thing I can advise is do not feed into their ego. Do not reply them, do not accept, do not give them any reaction, just block them even if you have to stop the stream, right? It's unfortunate. But after that, the next thing you have to do is report them, all right? Report their ass, get their ass off the Twitch. Next is making malicious contact towards legitimate businesses or private persons. Do not make prank calls. Literally, this is what they are saying. Do not make prank calls to restaurants. Yep. Then there's this stream sniping. Something I would not know if I have not read this community guideline. While they're saying if there are two streamers playing the same game in the same match, and one of them knows that the other person is a streamer and they are stream sniping, apparently this is not allowed. If found out, it is a violation of the community guidelines and can be suspended for it. Alright? Stalking? No, don't do it. Creating accounts dedicated to harassment or hate, such as through abusive usernames. Yes, don't do it. Right. Alright, that is all the three big categories of hateful conduct and harassment. Then they say there's a line between hateful conduct and harassment. So they are saying harassment could well turn into a hateful conduct. And what they're saying is hateful conduct is more severe than harassment. And without any empirical proof, they are saying they will take more serious actions if it's a hateful conduct rather than if it's a harassment. Then They have a different category saying that creators are responsible for monitoring hateful conduct and harassment in their communities. So over here, I have emphasized this heavily as well. We are content creators, we are streamers, we are entertainers, but we are also influencers in a way. We influence our supporters, our fans, our viewers. They look up to us one way or another. They look up, they admire us, they respect us, they think highly of us, right? And because of that, they might do things, they might follow us on doing things they think is right, or because by doing those things they might get the attention of the streamer, right? Whether or not it's bad or good. But what I'm saying is, since that is a thing that we are capable of doing, there is so much more reason that we should be responsible on conducting ourselves as a professional streamer, or at least a mature streamer, if not professional. A person that would not incite harm, would not encourage violence, would not promote hate to anyone, and would vehemently do the same thing against whoever in their audience that are doing hateful conduct or harassing someone, right? If you're doing something bad, it's wrong. If your community is doing something bad, your community is wrong. You are responsible for correcting that, right? That is what Twitch is telling you. No matter where it comes from, if it comes from you, and you have the responsibility of doing it, you have the capabilities of doing it, moderating your chat and all that stuff, you must do it. If not, it's a violation. Okay? This is very important. I don't know. Because I want to become a streamer, become a content creator that is to educate people, to help people, to assist people anywhere possible. If I was not responsible and I just tell people whatever they wanted to hear or wanted to do, or free to do anything, whether it has any consequences, I don't think I would want to be that kind of streamer. I don't want to be that kind of content creator. Even if, let's say, being nice, being kind, being generous won't help me get high up in the climb of this career that I want to make it become a thing, to become a full-time career, or something that can sufficient for me to go through life. I will, at least I want to do good to this world with my limited time here. Everyone has limited time, right? Everyone has a limited time to do everything on earth. And I want to make the best of my time helping people, doing good, rather than being hateful, being sad, being jealous, being just in general being destructive, a destructive being a person, because I know how bad it can become. It can be for a person wielding a lot of influence. People that has a million followers, 10 million followers, 100 million followers, They all have very, very powerful influence. Just by doing things, just by doing a certain act, they can make millions of people do the same thing, believe in the same thing. And that's why misinformation is like a almost how do you say, cyber apocalyptic sorry to be dramatic about it, but yes, it's like a cyber apocalyptic event where if somehow the majority of people are influenced by one single entity, and that single entity is not for the good of mankind or humankind, we're gonna die. We're absolutely gonna perish. Our society will devolve into violence and destruction, making the world better in your own way. Yeah. I might not be a big streamer or anything like that, but again, even if it's 1 person, 10 person, 100 person, I'm still influencing something. I'm still giving out something out to the world where it will affect someone in one way or another, right? You're spending your time here watching me talk about these things, and I fully understand. If let's say you are cautiously or closely listening to me, I am in a way influencing you already in somehow. You might think of this stream for today only or next week, but at the end of the day, it will somehow influence you, whether it's in the short term or the long term. And we have to consider that really, and we have to apply that in all of our everyday life, not just to certain aspects. We have to do good everywhere possible. We can be selfish, as long as being selfish doesn't harm people, right? I'm not telling you all to become saints. I myself am not telling everyone I want to be a saint or anything like that, or to be an angel or a person of pure goodness. I have my flaws. I have my downsides. But we should all try our best. That's what I'm trying to say. Try our best, right? Okay, I think that should be it. Yeah. So why off-service conduct? Yeah. So community guidelines is not just applicable to when you're using Twitch, streaming in Twitch, interacting with whatever Twitch service is available. Even when you're in Twitter, in Facebook, in TikTok, Instagram, Discord server, anywhere, any other social media presence, where it says here, even social media, it just says social media, YouTube, anywhere, you have to conduct yourself properly. If they find out you're not and have evidence, you are in violation of community guidelines, right? All right, so that's that. I think handling serious misconduct. Yep, we have done all we can talking about harassment and hateful conduct. All right. If anyone has anything to say, if you don't have questions to ask, you have something you want to talk about your personal life, about something that you want to share, feel free to do so, right? This is a safe space. I won't allow anyone to ridicule you, shame you, or anything like that. I want to be able to know my audience. Actually, I actually am interested in learning everyone, if possible. my supporters, my viewers, of what they are going through. For example, it's Pride Month. Any of you have any interesting stories to talk about? Anything you want to share that makes you happy, or you have anything that is bothering you? Can be legal, can't be. It can be legal or non-legal. Doesn't matter, you know. Because I know a lot of places, especially Twitter, it's not a place that you can really express yourself. And a lot of places as well in streams where they want to focus on the things that are on screen, so they don't want to talk about this more serious stuff or these more sensitive issues. And I understand that. So, but for me, I would say, if you have not noticed, I really like talking about these things. I like to introspect myself, see what I really think about certain issues, because I never really vocalize my mind, my concerns, my opinions. Most of the time, it's only through texting. Yeah. But yeah, and also because I hate to sound like I have no social life, but I do have almost have no social life. I have no social life. I have only a handful of friends in real life, in my life. You can count them on one single hand of the friends I make in real life that I interact on a weekly basis. Other than that, I have no friends. And most of the time I spend with my wife. And my wife is great and all. I love her. Like I've never loved anyone before. But we, as a social being, as a social life thing, yeah. As a social creature, it's impossible to say that you can live off without interacting with anyone, really. There needs to be some sort of interaction with other people, okay, in order to keep an open mind. Keep yourself occupied, rather than I don't know. If I don't talk to anyone, I will be flooded with my own thoughts. Especially if I don't do anything. if I don't occupy myself with talking to someone, or keep myself busy with all this content creation, I will think too much. Especially when I turn off my brain watching some sort of a movie or TV series, drama. And yes, I think I've talked about this before. I have a what do you call, thanatophobia. Thanatophobia. Death anxiety. I have a problem with this. I'm not sure. How do you say? As in, I've not been officially diagnosed with this, but I do have this problem of thinking too much, or sometimes there are triggering thoughts that make me think about my mortality in a very bad way. I suddenly become very anxious, have a panic attack for maybe like a microsecond. It lasts less than a second. It feels like the entire world has crumbled down and living has no.
Thanks for following.
Oh, thanks for the follow, AV1210. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? Are you doing well? So yeah, I have this problem. I have no idea what triggers it. I only know when at certain moments when I have these thoughts, certain thoughts about the future and all that stuff, it will trigger, but not always. It's like a it's like a gotcha. Do you try to avoid thinking about it? No, I do not try to avoid thinking about it. But I do not try to immerse myself into that sort of thought. At least I do not try to give in to it most of the time when I'm actively thinking. If I'm not actively thinking, like watching something, watching a video, anything like that, I think that's most of the time it will trigger. Either that, or when I don't look at it, or when I don't watch anything. When most of the time it will be when I sleep. That's when I won't be watching anything, reading anything, talking to anyone. And that's most of the time that would happen as well. But when that happens, it happens over microsecond, and people would not notice it at all. But I would, how do you say? My entire body would tense up, right? At least for my hands would immediately tense up to the anxiety due to the thoughts of it. It's just a way to try and cope with that thought. It's not caused by the anxiety. It's a way to cope, to handle that thinking, even though it lasts for 1 second. But it's horrible. All I can say, it's horrible. I can't tell you how it exactly feels like, because I can't remember I can't remember these things, especially if it's like you can't remember pain when it doesn't happen. When you have a stomach ache, you only remember the pain when you feel the stomach ache, or when you have cramps, you only remember the feel of cramps when you feel it. Same with this sort of a panic attack, I guess. I can't explain it to you. I can only tell you that everything feels meaningless at that moment, because it's like I'm always able to imagine how meaningless when I stop living, right? As much as I can tell. But yeah, I think then again, with this sort of there's bad and good of everything. When I see when I talk about when I have these sort of things, I always look at what's the positive of having this sort of death anxiety, right? Well, the positive is that I live my life like to the fullest, in a sense. I try to do things, use my time to the fullest. Things that will make me happy, things that will fulfill my time.
Thanks for reading.
Hey, Kota. Thanks for the raid, Kota. Kota, I'm gonna give you a silent shout out. Wait. I shouldn't open it through here, because I am doing a semi-serious raid, so I do want some a clip to happen. Right. Kota is a VTuber, a Paladin VTuber. So if you guys like to check him out, feel free to do so. Oh, Dasoka is here as well. Hey, Dasoka. Right. I should give you a shout out as well. We're going over legal stuff over there too. Oh, is it? What were you doing actually? What were you going through? I'd like to know. But yeah, I was actually I finished my stream now. I was talking about my death anxiety, or thanatophobia. A cool sounding fear, but a fear that I would not like to have, please. But yeah, I was talking about that. I have that. But although not officially diagnosed. Signing up for affiliate. I was walking quota through. Oh, nice. Yeah. Be sure to go through the affiliate agreement. All right. Be sure to go through the affiliate agreement. If you do not want to go through the affiliate agreement, I have a video on it. If you want, on my YouTube channel. Yeah. I told you to read it. And to watch your video. Well, my video is like 6 hours long, so take your time. But the important thing is, yeah, the only thing I can mention that is very important in the affiliate agreement is the exclusivity period. If you are doing YouTube videos as well, make sure when you stream, your VODs are not uploaded there immediately. You have to wait 24 hours after you stream, alright? Don't immediately post anywhere else because we will have an exclusivity clause there. I don't know if that's I help. I see. Good. Good on you, Dusk. Good on you. Hey, Sleepy Purin. This is quite an how do you say, surprise. Sleepy Purin is here as well. Everyone, Sleepy Purin is a very, very cute VTuber. I'm gonna confess, she is very cute. All right. She's a cat VTuber. Make sure you watch her. She streams almost every time. From now, it should be 4 hours like that. She streams around that time. She plays Final Fantasy 14 and other online games and other games that is very chill and very cutesy. That's what Dust told me. Alright. Shout out, I guess. It's more like I'm just typing out the name as you guys are coming in. But yeah, I've finished talking about the community guidelines. And right now, I'm just talking about my death anxiety. And actually, not a lot of people know about this, actually. About, I can do this. About all this phobia that I have. I do not like to talk about it in real life with my family and all that. Because I feel like I think they would think I'm crazy. We finished. I just woke up. Yes. Unfortunately, I know a lot of my European friends are going to be asleep right now. Only starting to wake up. But yeah. Ooh, Mickey is here as well. Our entire party is here. Everyone I know, it seems to be coming to stop by. And as well, I do need to mention, I do have an announcement to make. But yeah, I will do the announcement after I talk about this. So yeah, I have thanatophobia. I've announced this in my Twitter some time ago. It's nothing serious per se. I don't think it will become severe. Hopefully. I don't want it to last more than a second is what I'm saying. Right now it lasts microseconds when it gets triggered. But yeah, I feel pretty good talking about it afterwards, after I revealed it in my Twitter that I have this strange phobia, strange severe phobia. Although if it's even though it lasts microseconds. Oh yeah, I also have that automated timer thing. Dust Walker, a star being that wants to bring a little light on us. Check her out. I think this is the least strange phobia out of there, to be honest. Well, I mean, it's probably a common phobia. It's just that it's a weird trigger for me. It happens weirdly. I'm the type of people terrified dying. I know I am. uh, I would say a lot of people are generally afraid of dying, just that you don't get panic attacks, right? I get attacks if I somehow slip my mind into a state which lasts for microseconds. I will feel the entire world is useless, is pointless. I will feel hopeless. I can imagine how empty it would feel being dead. When I say it out loud, it sounds like I'm insane, right? or sounds so silly. But yeah, that's how I feel. I haven't been checking Twitter for a week, so no problem, Wiki. I know you've been busy. You are doing a night shift work. But yeah, I'm glad it's not severe as well. Doesn't sound silly at all. Well, to each their own. Okay, but in any case, let's not talk about my fears. Alright, so we are going to do the announcement. Since so many people are here, I hope... I right now I'm thinking like, I hope people aren't too excited about this, because I'm optimistic somehow about this. But yes, I'm going to do my announcement, right? So I'm gonna put this up. It's a stupid thing, just so you know. I've been actually have this open since the start of the stream. Oops, you are seeing a bit of it. You are seeing a bit of it. Let's not let you see all of it. All right, immediately. Okay. You're seeing some things familiar, right? Seeing some things familiar. All right, drum roll. Jiglight presents Morb Bathon. All right. And there is it. Everyone can see clearly? I'm not sure. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I'm doing a subathon, and I call it a Morbathon. What music should I put up? I guess I should put up some sort of Castlevania music, so that it doesn't. All right. Disclaimer: don't do this. All right, don't do this. I'm only doing this for this announcement. Don't follow me. If you want to do this thing, using YouTube to do a music, do it at your own risk. That's oops. OST. What is it called? I have no real idea what it's called. Bloody Tears, maybe. All right. So Morbathon, it's a mini art subathon where I will be doing this. I'll memify a pair of VTubers via a template inspired by a Morbius meme created by Reddit user Cyanide. Yes, it's inspired by a meme. I don't think anyone knows it, and a lot of people still have seen it, but yeah, I'm doing that. I'll show you a template of it afterwards. But yeah, I'm doing this where right? I think maybe the music is a bit loud. It's loud for me though. Okay. So basically it's this, alright? I'll draw da 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 da. This is so lame. I'll be drawing something like this as for the subathon for all VTubers that want to participate in this meme drawing marathon. So I haven't prepared the Google form for people to submit their applications, but basically in the form, you will submit 2 names, yourself and another VTuber, whether you want to be Fubuki. I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but a VTuber named Fubuki interviewed Jared Leto, and that's why there's this meme, alright? So one VTuber will be Fubuki, and the other VTuber will be Mobified. Alright. So this would be the thing I will be doing for the entire subathon. Depending on how many I've seen that clip. Depending on how many people participate, I might do this. I'm putting in a time limit to do this for 24 hours. Yes, I'm going to do a subathon for 24 hours next week, next weekend, Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. GMT plus 8 or 9 p.m. EST for Americans, which is for Sleepy Purin, it's her sleeping time. So yeah, Europeans are going to be asleep during that time when I start streaming, but they are going to be, hopefully when they are awake, it will be still streaming, because my initial duration is 6 hours. All right, I'm going to stream at least 6 hours, all right, on this. So again, someone will be Fubuki and someone will be Mobified. The Mobified VTuber will be saying the Fubuki's name, the Fubuki VTuber's name. Like, how do I say? Let's say if Sleepy Purin wants to be Fubuki, it'll be Sleepy Purin, stand back! I'm beginning to morb! Then Sleepy Purin will be saying, it's mobbing time! So like that. Alright? The meme is like that. I explain the meme. If I continue to explain the meme, it's not gonna be funny anymore. Right? Let's go back to the subathon. Alright? The Mobathon is a mini art subathon, so yes, as I've said, all VTuber pairs are to register via Google Form. I'll provide it once I end this stream, alright? On Twitter and as well as my Discord server. Yes, it's morning time. So the time over here is initial. I will be streaming at least for 6 hours, and maximum duration is 24 hours. I'll try to do each of these meme arts less than an hour. I'll try to do it less than an hour so I can do as much as possible, depending on how much details I have to add in and coloring. But it shouldn't be too difficult. I'm not drawing something too complicated. All the details are already in there, right? All the face and all the expressions. I just have to add the hair and the clothing, right? So yeah. So how is the time increased? So we have 4 options to increase the time. One is giving one tier 1 sub increases 10 minutes, tier 2 sub increases 15 minutes, tier 3 sub increases 30 minutes. These subs can be either subscriptions or gift subs, doesn't matter. And the other way is to increase time is to cheer for 100 bits, which increases 1 minute. All right. So now, as you can see, there are goals for these total subs that I'm gonna get from this subathon. All right. So prepare yourself. I'm gonna. Hopefully you have not read the last one. Jake Takimaka. But yeah, you read that. All right. So for the first subber, someone who gets first subscribe. I'm debating whether to put it as a gift sub or not, but I think gift sub is fine. For the whether it's a gift sub or a subber, someone who sub, we get a permanent VIP, right? Unless you're Mickey, and if you're Mickey, then you already subbed, you're already a VIP, so unfortunately you won't get an extra VIP. There is no VVIP, unfortunately, for Twitch. All right. All right, so then we have at 15 subs, I'll start each sentence with for 1 hour. All right, I'm gonna be streaming whilst saying things. Whatever I say, I'll have to start with All right, it's gonna be cringe. I'm not sure people want that. It might probably at this stage, no one wants to reach the goal of 15, but at least it only lasts for 1 hour. All right, only lasts for 1 hour. Then at 20 sub goals, we have permanent Ara channel redeem. So for the rest of my stream, there will be a channel points redeem for Ara. So there's that. So you're gonna be permanently hearing me say that as well in future streams. Then at 25 subs, chat will be able to choose the next emote. I will probably hold during the stream. I will hold a poll to see what sort of emotes you have. I have a few ideas of what emotes are in my mind, but you guys can suggest as well during that stream. All right. Then at 30 subs, I will be playing horror games permanently as well every week. I am not a fan of horror games, just so you know. Although I am not much of a scaredy cat, but since I'm playing this with my earphone, with my headphone, I'm gonna get jump scared. I'm gonna scream. So if you like seeing me scream, other than playing 7 Days to Die, I do get started a lot, but not really jump scared per se. But yes, I will be playing horror games every week. Then we have 35. End each sentence with yeah for 1 hour. So every time at this stage, whenever I say something, I will have to end my sentence with yeah. And can you choose which horror game you play? Yes, of course. You can always suggest what horror games you want me to play. At this stage, at that point of total subs, you can suggest anything, because this is like me. This in a way goals for the total sub goals is like me trying to give back to people for subbing to me in a way. So I won't mind. I don't mind if let's say I don't have the game. I'll just get the game. So a funny thing I thought about this is if let's say somehow for a miracle happens, someone donates me, I get the sub total immediately to 35, meaning to say the goal of 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 is met immediately, right? I will have to start this. I will have to start each end sentence with as well as end each sentence with yeah. At the same time, I've thought about this. I think I can do it, but you're not gonna like it, all right? But it's bad. There's bad and good on it. Good for me is that I don't have to do this for 2 hours. Bad for you is that everything has to end in an hour, all right? Okay, I just got back in. What is a surprise for sure? Will you also put on the cat ears? Okay, I'll put on the cat ears. I'll put on the cat ears if that one. I'll see how to do it. Either I just make a 2D cat ears, or we'll see. All right. It's not the matter of it. We will like it. We'll definitely need it. All right. So at 45 subs, total subs, I'll play Elden Ring. I have a throne gift for it, but if people want me to play Elden Ring that much at 45 subs, I'll play it. I'll get it. No questions asked. Don't need to donate me that. If you use Vera, you can chuck them on there pretty easily. Yes, I can make the. What I'm thinking is whether to make it 2D or make it 3D. Probably 2D, I guess, for convenience sake. But yeah, the 45 Elden Ring stream. I'm gonna play that game in completion. Right? It won't be just a one-off or anything. I'll play that in completion. I'll suffer through the entire game. I probably suck at it. I'm not sure if my computer can handle it. Probably can. I'm not sure. But we'll do Elden Ring. Alright? Then we have 50 subs. If somehow we manage to reach 50 subs, we're not going to talk about 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, right? 50 is gonna make me kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. But yes, if I get 50, hopefully not earlier in the stream. All right, I don't want to do this. So it says start each sentence with "It's Morbin time" for the rest of the stream. For the rest of the stream. To be clear, yeah, it's not 1 hour. For the rest of the stream. It's Morbin time. Hold it. Hey Mika Tokoma, you're here as well. Yes. So if for some reason some person, some supporter that really loves me for somehow, I don't think that's a likely possibility. They give sub 50 times. They give 50 subs. All right. That means I have to say oh my god, my voice. I have to say it's Morbin time, and then end the sentence with yeah. Right. I have to do that for an hour, and for the rest of the stream I have to say it's Morbin time. I will have to suffer through it, but I won't go back. I'm a man of my word. I won't go back. If this happens, it happens. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to suffer through it. But if I somehow lost my voice doing this stream, if that happens, it happens. All right. I'm loving it already. Give us more sample for this delicious product. This is getting out of hand. Yes, it is. When I'm making this, when I'm making these goals, I'm like, okay, what am I getting myself into? I'm optimistic, but I might suffer for it. Okay, so I would say this is the realistic goal, getting 50 subs, right? So there is the big ones now, right? I'm gonna just show the 60 first, all right? The 61 is me. I will be doing a. Jake is getting stronger for each sentence he adds. His power is getting out of hand. All right. It's okay. There's no more that sort of redeem. I think no more. I recall no such more redeem. All right. So at least for 60, you're gonna get exclusive weekly karaoke streams in Discord for subbers, right? I've been contemplating doing this somehow, some way, by doing a private Discord karaoke stream, probably once a week, in my Discord server, and in that way is I can do it without any fear of DMC strike, copyright strike, all that. That is very safe, and I was hesitant of doing this because I don't think I have a lot of what do you say, interest for people to look at me sing. I'm not particularly a good singer as well, but yeah, if people like me to hear me sing, they might have a taste somewhere or here or there of how I sound like when I sing. But yeah, there's that, right? Then at 70, sub 70, all right, a very simple one. If people have given me that much, it should be fair for me to give away something back to my supporters, right? So I've decided to, if let's say I do get a um, at 70 subs, I will do a giveaway of a Nitro gift, Discord Nitros for 10 subbers. Now, your barrier to the light is awesome, and so your pitboxing or your regular boxing ability. I don't know what one. I wouldn't say big boxing, I would just say I'm just making noise with my mouth. So yeah, I will be, if I reach the 70, I will do a giveaway of Nitro, Discord Nitro gifts. I think most people use Discord, right? To 10 subbers, randomly picked, alright? Then at 80, alright? At 80, I am going to draw... Either I am going to draw a Dakimakura art of myself with nothing explicit, right? We have to be safe, right? We have to be community guidelines compliance, in compliance with community guidelines. So nothing sexually explicit. But I will draw a Dakimakura art, and for some reason someone wants an art of me in that style. I'll do it. All right, and yeah, I'll do it. You want to hug my VTuber self at night if it makes you feel comfortable? I'm cringing. I'm cringing. my this isn't me being happy. I'm just cringing at the things at the embarrassing things I'm doing for you all. Well, that's a really fun idea, actually. Oh yeah. All right, that's 80, right? That's 80, right? How many types of Dakimakura art? To be considered. If we reach that point, I'll consider doing a couple. Maybe there's a. I'll do a couple. Maybe a one that is a wholesome, one that's not so wholesome. All right, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Next would be the. Next would be the second last one. All right. Second last one. Is it's how do you say, thematic for this mobathon. The last one will be even more thematic, so wait for it. All right, wait for it. So if I get 90 subs, I will get drunk. I will get drunk drinking wine, red wine. Red wine drunken stream because blood. I'll do this. I'll do one stream where I get drunk. I'll literally go and buy a bottle of wine just to get drunk for you guys, alright? Drunk with blood. Just to tell you, I do not know what happens if I've never been drunk before. Like totally shithead, like super drunk like that. So it'll be interesting, alright? What game should I be playing that when I'm drunk? I'm not sure. Hopefully not something with multiplayer capabilities, alright? So I don't say some stupid shit on stream. But although I'm already doing some stupid shit right now. Okay? Alright. Okay, alright. So I think everyone is waiting for the 100 plus subs, alright? I don't think I'm going to reach this one, but it's exciting to talk about, alright? It's at least exciting to talk about. Okay, I'm gonna reveal this the most dramatic way possible. Oh, I think music has gone. What music should I put now? I think I should put in this music. No. It will trigger the thing. I shouldn't put this. I will put this instead. Alright, before the vocals come up, I'm gonna announce this. Are you guys ready for it? Well, I don't think you are. In any case, we are hyping it too much. This is the 100 plus goal, total subs goal. Okay? At 100 plus subs, I myself, Jake Light, is going to be... the storm is approaching. Yes, the storm is approaching. Jake Light is permanently morbified. Right. So, what is this? What are you saying, Jake Light? What are you talking about being morbified here? Are you saying that I will rebrand myself as a vampire lawyer VTuber? Yes, I'm saying that. I'm exactly saying, without any loophole or anything, I'm saying I will rebrand myself permanently as a vampire lawyer VTuber. Okay? Okay. Yes. A bit over dramatic, all right? But yes, I'm going to do it. Definitely. Okay, that's a logical evolution actually from the standard lawyer. Right. It's thematic. Thematic to the mobathon. All right. Excited. Well, yeah, I mean, it's partially a joke, but if I do somehow get 100 plus subs, I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. For you all. I can just imagine if I think I would be crying if that happened. I think I would be crying when I'm before even I reach 50 subs. I would be crying. Somehow people are subbing to me now, right? Yeah. So there you have it. This is my subathon, and I call it Mobathon, happening on 18th June, which is a Saturday for me at that time, and will be ending on a Sunday. On a Sunday. Wait. The Sunday night. Wait, Sunday morning for me. Yep, if let's say I have to do 24 hours, all right? So there you have it. Gold subs. So what does everyone think about this? Are they interested to be... The first thing first, are people interested in being memified? Is what I'm afraid of. If at the end nobody wants to be memified by this thing, yeah, it'll be quite awkward. But yeah, that is it. My special announcement. So, if no one has any questions about community guidelines, about my mobathon, then I'll have to call it a day now, right? Man, what a day. I've gone through these community guidelines. I really love reading stuff, and I've revealed this during the stream. Looking forward to it. I will definitely drop by if I wake up in time. Yep, if the stream is still up, you'll definitely be able to watch it for its entirety. So yeah. Good. Part of me feels like I don't want this to happen. Part of me doesn't want this to happen. Part of me wants this to happen. I'm really conflicted right now. Things I do. things I do for fun. It is fun. It is fun. But yeah. All right. So if nothing else, we will raid someone now. Okay. 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 Let's see. Who is restrained? Right. You know what? We'll raid Rika. I'm not sure how long she's still streaming, but we'll raid her and tell her the good news. But yeah, Rika, a good friend of mine. I'm a moderator there. Let's go and check her out. Hopefully she's not closing. Alright? Shout out to her. Well, I don't think I have to shout out. I'll just go and raid. Alright? Raid Rika. I hope everyone likes her. She's a apple demon. She's very sweet. She has a very motherly vibe to her streams. And I hope you keep her company. She is going off, actually. When I do the subathon, she's going to be away for vacation. Oh, god damn it. But anyways, yeah. I hope you keep her company for the rest of the stream, alright? Okay. Alright, there's a lot of you. Alright, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed this stream. I definitely enjoy it. And we'll see what we'll do next. Tomorrow is an XCOM 2 stream where Sleepy Purin, you'll be there, but you're sleeping, so unfortunately, all the VTubers there, most of the VTubers here are going to be in my XCOM 2 game. And I hope all of you are going to stay alive. Alright? In any case, take care, stay hopeful, be critical, right? I'm gonna put some raid message here, and there's one for non-subscribers. You can use the ones that are non-subscribers, right? And we're gonna go there now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Have a name like that and not expect little jokes though.
Oh my god, Jake! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi! Hello, welcome in the raiders! I'm Rike Apple. You must know me by now. Jake is my lovely mod.
Jake.
Hello! Here you go, Jake!
You were chatting. What were you playing?
Before that, XCOM? I think I'm on the wrong place. Jake raid! Yes! Yes! Queen Slay! Where am I? I'm lost. I was too late to copy the message. Oh, it's fine. I was doing a live seminar of Twitch community guidelines in celebration of Pride Month, and also made a special announcement at the end of the stream. You might love it or hate it. Okay, go on. Shoot. Tell me. Wait. Yeah, this way. Probably. You're gonna do the subathon. Okay. Okay, Jake. How long are you doing? Like how many days do you want to do? You'll post it on Twitter. Just a minute, 24-hour max. Oh, I see. Are you attempting to be up the whole subathon?
I don't know. It's like Uncanny. How?
Care what it is. I want it down now. You know what he's doing in there.
He's a bad person. Oh, it's when I'm going on the vacation. I'm sorry.